strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
This is like a question more about being curious. Like, I'm very curious to know how this is working out for you, because I know that you in the past have been part of like some English and German mix of teams. And which language do you play into, and which language are you going to be playing in for this season of PMPL?
We are playing this season of PMPL in complete German communication, because it's our mother language, so it's easier, it's smoother, the gameplay is just perfect in that language.
Yeah, I guess it's just a little bit easier on the IGLing side when you go through like straight to German, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And yeah, talking about especially all the teams, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, right? The fact that you've got a lot of new teams coming in from PMEC that are from the previous CIS region. How do you expect to potentially rivalize against these new teams that have yet to play in this PMPL landscape?
I actually think since the new point system as well, we are probably gonna be playing really aggressive, and I think we also have a good chance with our aggressive playstyle to actually reach the top this season. So.
Okay, I mean, this is actually a really interesting point you brought up, right? The point system change. You said that you're going to adapt to it, play a little bit more aggressive. Do you think this is something that is going to significantly impact the way PUBG Mobile has been played in the past for this season?
Yes, there's going to be much more fights in the early game coming, so end zones will be much more people. So it's also easier to get into the end game then. So it will make it's a big change into the competitive scene.
We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closer. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard.
Are you ready for this? Ready to take chances? Will you push and break your limits? Are you ready to be a legend? Are you made for greatness? Writing history? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? To be a champion, to change the system, and start a revolution. Are you ready to fight? To reveal this?
It's day 4 of PMPL Europe and the rosters are well and fully settled, which means the heat has turned up a little as every single team is fighting for a chance of survival since we're approaching that halfway mark of the first phase. I'm Jeannie, your host for today, a little different than what you've been used to in the last couple of days, but one thing stays consistent and that's Max. He is on the desk again. I want to say 5-head analyst, but I know how that went last time, so I'm going to say the smart analyst.
Thank you very much, Senora. But yeah, I'm super pumped to see how things are going to be going. As you said, we reached now the halfway point of this first phase. Some teams are seeming really comfortable at the top, while some teams at the bottom had a little bit of a rough start. But we had that one-day break, so maybe we can expect some redemption arcs to begin here.
Absolutely, but before we do so, let's have a look at the socials because there's a lot of things happening. This week alone, 6 play days, so much action. Make sure you follow the YouTube specifically. Definitely recommend great content, great VODs, great everything. There's TikTok, there is Twitch, there's all the good things, and all the social media platforms are there, right on the screen. Who knows, you might get to interact with Max because he might have done an oopsie, but that's okay. The oopsie has been solved. We have got Instagram back, and that means also we got goodies to give away, Max.
Yeah, we've got some cool skins to give away, and don't forget that on this Saturday, so that's tomorrow, the time this is going live, that you will be able to enter to win some cool skins, and also we'll be giving away one live on stream thanks to Janiro. We'll be having a little game happening live, so do go follow the Instagram account at Esports PUBGM EU and keep your DMs open. You'll need that for us to send you the skin code once you win.
Yeah. We're not gonna rig it, right? There's no.
I'll send my PayPal, but that's just there for details, you know. That's fine.
Yeah, that's just like you need to have those to be able to enter the competition. But what we also need to have is the schedule for today to see how the competition is gonna be going, because I know Sanhok, Max, has been a little bit of a thorn in the side for a lot of these teams, but fortunately for them, I want to say, it's only gonna be one iteration of Sanhok today.
It's not as bad as it was in like 2021, 2022, because now the circles have changed for the 2023 season where you cannot do these heal strats. And I gotta say, I've enjoyed Sanhok a lot more since this change because you just don't have that heal strat. You don't have teams just getting 2nd place, 3rd place for free. But some teams, like for example SHOCKWAVE, you've known throughout the interviews that Sanhok is not a map where they perform the best, so they're gonna be happy. There's only one today, but Saturday and Sunday they'll maybe want to try and improve on that one because we got a fair bunch of Sanhok in this event.
Leaks. Now we already know what we're going to be seeing on the rest of the weekend. Thank you, Max. But speaking of leaks, a heal strat not your favorite?
No.
Okay, fair
That's what I have to say about that.
I mean, the Muerte right now, they are, however, looking the favorites. They are sitting comfortably at the... I want to say comfortably, but it's a 5-point difference. I mean, 136, 131. But the discrepancy between the points that the Muerte has and looking at 8th place KONINA Power, it's a bit scary because that's 60 points in total. Well,
exactly.
A little more, but...
Yeah, it's a massive lead to be having only 12 matches played for all of these teams. 12 matches played and you already started to create such a lead for yourself towards the top is a very scary prospect for these teams. After, of course, as you go by phase, every single phase, you're going to have a reset at the start of each phase. So it's not game over, but don't forget at the end of each phase, you also get a bonus amount of points you're going to be bringing into the finals where you can then qualify for the European Championship. So, man, these phases, being able to get towards the top on this first phase is very important, but Janiro, as you can see towards the bottom here, Gladiators, a big favorite team, not getting the start we expected, but they started getting a few good results recently, so man, this weekend maybe it could work out.
Yeah, Doom as well, saying, I want to stay consistent with what we've seen them do last time around in the qualifier. I mean, in the European Cup 2022, Doom, one of the issues that they had was eliminations, and that was what they struggled with the most. And by the looks of it, it's something that they still struggled with. I do remember, however, last time that they thought that eliminations were not necessary, and they weren't going to give you points, so therefore they try to stay away from it. But I mean, with the point system that we have right now, it's very obvious that Elims are very heavily favored, and with that, we also have our top 5 players who have been performing quite incredibly well. Both Muerte and MADBULLS having 2 out of their players already here, and Creepy is creeping in himself as well.
This is one of the reasons here why you're going to be seeing the side of Muerte and MADBULLS being so high up on the rankings, is because you don't have just one single star player that's just going to be up there doing a lot of the limbs and just popping off in these games. You got pretty much the entire team, even though here you only have 2 from MADBULLS and 2 from Muerte, and could tell you the rest of the team is not far behind this top 5. So overall, Zerich, we had a few questions as to how the synergy of MADBULLS was going to work out, but he is set up in such incredible ways this season. Can't wait to see how this day is going to go on.
Yeah, I mean, Malloy, that #1 player so far, and especially for Muerte. I mean, average damage, average survival time as well. Incredibly high for this player. But then we're looking at Terminus here, Max, and pretty impressive stats himself.
The fact that he's tied up with average eliminations for these first 3 days and actually does more damage overall on average than Malloy, and yet only has 17 minutes and 40 seconds of average survival time is nuts. That means the instant they drop out of that plane,
yeah,
you're going guns blazing instantly. Taking down teams, getting squad wipes, that is what Shockwave like to do. They've really adapted well to this new point system. And I feel like the teams that are at the bottom are teams that have or not adapted to the point system, or were just not ready for all the teams at the top being this aggressive and willing to stop them from getting in the circle. So a lot of big changes will need to be made for some of these teams, but Shockwave, I mean, we were questioning, are the original Western European teams gonna be able to perform in a CIS-dominated lobby? As of right now, Game Lord and Shockwave are looking incredibly strong, so the French Revolution's on. We'll see if they can keep it up here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Shockwave is particularly with the stats that we've seen coming through from Terminus. I mean, potentially survival in the game for a little bit longer seems to be what they're struggling with at the moment. But again, also bringing it down to maybe maps that they're not very comfortable with. We've seen a lot of Sanhok iterations when it comes to Shockwave, and as we know, we mentioned earlier on, they have mentioned themselves that it's not really their favorite map to play, and it's also potentially not the one that they're most comfortable with, and that can translate a little bit in what we've seen from them today. But I guess, you know, you've had that 1-day break, Max. They've had that opportunity to reset, and now Muerte is that team, you know, at the top that they're looking to gun for.
Chiniro, we have to really bring up this stat right now, which is 6.6, pretty much almost 7 average eliminations per game over 12 matches for Muerte. That is an absolutely ludicrous amount of eliminations to get per game. If they can just remotely stay close to this stat going into these next 3 days, I would be giga sold on not only their performance in this phase 1, but also I would say they have an opportunity to take the whole thing. This is the type of result they've already showcased in this first week of play alone.
Yeah.
And we had some clear favorites, like, of course, your MADBULLS, your potentially Major Prides, your Gladiators, but they've outdone every single one of those teams. And Shockwave, we said, one of the Western European teams that has been performing the best in this lobby so far with Nexus Gaming Pro, with Game Lord. I would say expectations have been shattered for some of these squads, and they're trying to set new expectations for the rest of this event now.
Yeah, the Muerte especially, I think one of the teams that started off a little slow, especially on play day 1. They were only able to get a win on the final 5th game in Miramar. And on the 2nd day, I mean, they got 3 wins in the last 5 games. So that's impressive, to say the least. They've really cranked up the pace. They've really cranked up the heat. A lot of aggression as well coming out from Muerte, but similarly as well from MADBULLS. They're just going in, guns blazing, and whoever gets in their path just immediately gets taken out.
I remember these shots with the Lynx AMR from Discrim. That was just disgusting. it feels like the setup, as you said there, especially for MADBULLS, and you're looking at the side of Zerich, has been really, really strong. Something Major Pride is maybe lacking a little bit as of recently, so we'll see if they can improve on that. But as a whole, we know that the teams at the top, they got that synergy, especially Shockwave got really strong communication, so they set a pretty scary prospect to go on.
Yeah, and Major Pride, one of the teams that we were really looking forward to, MVPs of the last year. We were expecting maybe a little bit more from this roster, specifically coming into these last couple of play days, and it felt like they have not been able to deliver as much in terms of the hype that was around them.
Unfortunately, in Europe, we've seen many times before where you get these orgs picking up a lot of players from different teams and they haven't had a lot of time to build that synergy. Yeah. I feel like this is what we're seeing with Major Pride. Though they've had now 3 days of play, saw what was working, saw what wasn't working. We saw significant. They had some improvements in some of the stats we saw there in terms of elimination, average damage over the course of those 3 days. Now with that 1 day break, I do hope we can expect maybe better things from Major Pride, because technically this is an all-star roster we have for Major Pride. Players from Arabia, Arabia, players from Europe, players from CIS, all put now together in this amazing roster. It just takes a little bit of time to get that ball rolling. It seems similar to Gladiators. So I want to see now these next 3 days, have they made changes? Have they made iterations to potentially make this new roster work in this format?
Yeah, absolutely. And with that one, little off day, I guess we all had the chance to kind of lay back, relax a little, and see how everything's been going. But Major Prize specifically, let's see what they've been up to.
Are you ready?
The break against 4K, but they're going to walk into the loving arms. Oh, the only one, and oh my god!
They've been blinking away at those fights on the northeast side, taking plenty of points there, are up the top of this hill. You'll be fairly familiar with the terrain effect. On the old switcheroo, a nade over onto Darev, and MADBULLS don't even need to see them to take them down. Just Striker remains, and the spray from Monkey.
And are looking to take control.
Major Prize stepping in by Mad for one. Can we find a second? Yes.
Are you ready?
Duo work can be done. The Major Prize have done a great job of playing cohesively, but they've been damaged, they've been broken.
Well, Major Pride, they're looking to make some major strides going into the next couple of play days because, again, phase 1, every phase is a total of 6 days. We've already had 3 play days. This is play day number 4. So we're kind of like creeping in, the end is coming through. But what I want to say is that, what we really need here, Max? We need some monster energy. We need some energy.
I agree. I got mine right now.
It's not green screen.
I wanted to get the green cam. I was like, I got a green screen. I can't. I've learned from the full season of last year, but the sugar-free iterations are the best. So recommended. Yes.
So not sponsored.
Not kinda.
No, but if it's the green screen, do you only get like the floating logo? I think that would also like look really cool. Just that floating logo. Yeah, that would be pro. But looking at the teams today, looking at kind of like the stakes leading into this, because we kind of already touched on the fact that there's quite a big discrepancy between the points collected by, say, the top 2 teams and the rest sitting down towards, 3 all the way to 16, which again are those teams that are going to be having a lucky gander at Vikendi to get a couple of extra points as well. It's looking like do or die, especially when it comes to getting these elims under lock and key, as the points, elims points, good.
Get elims, get points, and that's the name of the game. Yeah, one of the teams that I think has made a really good change in especially the last 2 days of play now is Dagestan 77. I really tried to build a lot of hype around them, especially since their performance in PMEC when they qualified for this PMPL season, because they were a team that really didn't play in this region beforehand, except for Shifu. Yeah. He's a player that already has that esports experience. And I think that they've really adapted, especially on day 3. They really started to go a lot more aggressive when you're looking back at their games and how many elims they got. I'm looking at a 3rd place was 5 eliminations, 8th place was 8 eliminations, 6th place was 10 eliminations, 7th place was 4 eliminations. Even when they go out early, they still frag out. They still know that is where you're going to get a major portion of your points. And currently, the disparity between their placement points and elims is 19 placement points for 53 elimination points currently, which is a massive increase when it comes to eliminations. So I feel like Dagestan has slowly made these changes over the course of the first 3 days, and I feel if they stay, if that is their new standard, we can expect some good changes from Dagestan, maybe even reach the top 5, which is a position they've been eyeing out for the past 3 days now.
Yeah, and the European Cup 2022 saw them kind of victorious, especially in terms of the eliminations that they were able to secure back then. Shifu was MVP game after game after game, so, maybe I had a little bit of hopium going for that prediction, but that's okay. It happens. But also the fact that some of the changes have coming in through these rosters. We've had an eye on a lot of the teams in the last couple of 3 days. We've really had that opportunity and that chance to see them solidify their positions, and I think one of the things that was a bit of a question mark coming into this here was the fact that Effect and Zerish were broken up into 2 different teams, and a lot of questions were around how that's going to perform. How are their respective squads going to perform, and how are they going to perform within them in terms of how will they be set up? So has it lived up to expectations? Have some of the questions been answered for you, Max?
I don't want to talk about this anymore. My heart's been shattered since this roster's been split. It's like if you take Stalwart from SA and you just split the roster. Hopefully, touch some wood is not going to happen, but you've pretty much done the EU equivalent. It could happen. I'm known for that, actually, but I'm hoping it's not going to be happening here for Stalwart, but it happened here for MADBULLS. And in this case, it's worked out for Zerich. It seems like the team setup is something that we mentioned a few times with Kalaris for the first 3 days. Is Zerich is really put in a position where he can frag out, where he can really have this massive impact on the lobby. And Effect, before day 3, that wasn't really the case, but we did see some major changes where it seemed like Monkey and Effect were able to really get a lot more involved in these fights. So we said we wanted to see them try and set up Effect in bigger ways because he is, at the end of the day, the MVP of fall 2022. So you want to have this guy on the front line, fragging out as much as he can. It's just a question of time to build that synergy. I said it, Major Pride, star team when it comes to the individuals. Building up team synergy and communication takes time, and I don't think they're there just yet, but maybe they'll be there at the end of this event.
It's interesting that you bring up time when it comes to building that synergy, because Gladiators, they've stayed on the same roster. They've had the time really to kind of gel together, glue together, get used to each other. But it feels like as of yet that hasn't really, they haven't really found what makes them tick. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, they haven't found it yet. They haven't found that mojo to some extent for them. And I saw a lot of people saying that, oh, if you have like a bad phase 1, you're going to be in such a bad position for the finals because you can have maximum 20 bonus points per phase. So that's potentially a total of 80 total going into the finals. And they're saying, oh, that's such a scary position to be in. Can you really catch up if you don't get those bonus points? It can be scary, but at the end of the day, 1 chicken dinner or 2, and you're back in a position where you can contest those top teams. So yeah, I don't think it's the end of the day if they don't do great in this phase, but phase 2, phase 3, still some time to grow.
Still some time, and you also have our casters, John and Blank, ready to walk you guys through the action on the first map on Erangel.
We are halfway through phase 1 now. Blank to earn those bonus points that they were talking about over on the desk. It's going to be exciting to see who's going to claim that top spot, but as long as you're in sort of that top 3, you're going to be pretty happy with your week's results.
Absolutely. I think that there's a few teams here that could be doing well, some teams that might be able to bring things back up to speed, honestly, but we'll see what happens with that going forward, John. I think that there are a few teams that I'm somewhat worried about, Team Doom being one of them. KASIK weren't really able to bring a performance that we wanted to see, and Excuse Me has slowly but surely dropped down off those leaderboards. Again, it is very volatile, getting up towards that 12th place, which currently GOAT Team, after their really good performance over on Miramar, has able to secure for themselves with 63 points currently.
Plane path will be setting itself from Yasnaya down towards Primorsk on the southwest side. Teams going to be a little bit slower to places like George Pole, but everywhere else really kind of accessible, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is several positions around this map which is able to get towards Game Lord, able to drop over in Yasnaya, nice and easy, down towards Lipovka. That's open there for Muerte, currently sat on top at the moment in first place, which is a real nice change of pace, not seeing MADBULLS up there despite them having such a fantastic amount of work being done so far in their games. NEXUS at 102 points. They have really fallen off just a little bit in terms of getting towards that end game and picking up a lot of eliminations and then predicating themselves off the back of those chicken dinners, which we know that they are so good at getting.
I mean, you said MADBULLS not at the top of the tables, but Blank, if they hadn't have pulled off their penanigans in the previous days of games, they would be in a draw right now at 136. They technically would be losing the tiebreaker 4-3, but they would be still at the top, potentially. So it just goes to show, even those little moments of chaos can really come back to bite you when it comes to even the top of these standings.
Yeah, still a lot of time to work with here. And I think if you look at MADBULLS, it feels like they're getting into situations that they really shouldn't be able to, where they'll pick up themselves a position around the map which doesn't necessarily give them a good spot getting in towards that end game. You're able to play a pretty flawless game around it. So I think for Muerte, being able to pick up some of these positions on the map where maybe perhaps the circle heads over towards them, gives them some more options. In the meantime, MADBULLS aren't given those options yet succeed anyway. And that's really the big thing that we need need to address here for MADBULLS, their ability to just push through even those most difficult moments in the games to actually hit themselves up with a good point scoring. So I think for MADBULLS, we can continue to probably see them up towards this top side, but Muerte is doing really, really well, and you have to be proud of this team. If you're a fan of this team, I am absolutely happy for you because they've really brought the speed here in this tournament.
I'm also liking Nexus Gaming keeping up pace in third place. It's been a while since we've seen this roster sort of shine, and it's good to see that in this phase they are starting things off well, if nothing else. We'll see if they can continue that pace. Cave dropped down to Sosnovka military base. Actually, one of the players from Gladiators who did not drop into North Georgia. Obviously, that was a little bit too far afield from the plane path. They were playing on that military island as well. They grabbed a vehicle and evacuated to the North Shore. So Cave are left alone on the island. The other teams, though, a little bit more central.
Just a little bit more central, which is always ideal. I think when you're heading up towards this northern side, there's a position that we haven't played very often at the moment, John. So teams like SHOCKWAVE, perhaps Unicorns are about to find themselves a decent position here. MADBULLS equally will be able to move over that Yasnaya side, those bridges, pick themselves up a nice spot on the high ground. GameLord, though, might want to get involved here, but for the amount of times we've seen GameLord play this circle, they typically a little bit hesitant to cross that bridge and actually have a little bit too much caution, I would say. So I think with this new and reinvigorated GameLord, I'd like to see them take a bit more of an aggressive approach to perhaps taking up that watchtower on the western side of Yasnaya and trying to control that position.
A little bit of a rundown to kick things off for Dagestan. Picking up an elimination. Over on to Sly Europe, near those mansion bunker split fields. Good to pick those points up early, and of course, elimination points matter a whole lot more on the new point system. Nexus, southeast side still, split around Milter, Power, and Mini Milter as well over on the western side. Hopefully they'll be able to find an unsuppressed rotation up to the north, but could be pretty difficult given that KONINA Power sit in Lipovka.
KONINA Power currently in Lipovka is a slight problem, right? It's a little bit days for them. Taking up to Muerte's position on the map there. Gives them a lot of options going forward. Can even head up towards Kameshki side, rotate round Stalba on the top, go towards Severny. SHOCKWAVE have been doing remarkably well recently, getting themselves a chicken dinner over on Erangel yesterday, playing in chopsticks, albeit that was a very weird ending, right? It was a very weird ending with a lot of teams getting involved in things that they maybe shouldn't have done in the first place, and it ended up just SHOCKWAVE coming out on top because they had a position that was unassaulted by anyone else, but a lot of things could have changed there. So I think for SHOCKWAVE, they've realized that, you know, their luck certainly was on their side yesterday or on the day before, but they do need to keep this up. They need to continue and try and find what worked on that second day, which seemed to be so magical for them. They tried going for the big splits. That didn't work out. They've tried coalescing it a little bit more, grouping up. That hasn't worked as well. I think they need to find that happy medium.
SHOCKWAVE looking for that medium position. GameLord were last season's direct qualifiers to PMGC through the points that they'd accrued over the course of the year, although they felt like they didn't have the same amount of power later into the year. I think most notably in that second season, they just did not have the same sort of strength that they'd shown and really relied on to be able to win out on those points. And of course, taking the CIS teams out of the mix for that first season allowed them to get a pretty healthy lead on that points totals. But for now, they're in 5th place and they're not doing terribly, Blank.
No, they're not doing terribly whatsoever. I think for GameLord, this is a really good change of pace for them. And again, as I was saying before, I want to see them be still, again, a little bit more aggressive. Don't just hang around in this area for a little bit longer and move up towards that northern side, because you've seen that Navala's able to put up some extremely good points at the moment, get some massive amount of damage done with a lot of eliminations, which is what seems to be carrying them through this lobby. And it's nice to see, considering, you know, they struggle with getting those placements, they struggle with moving into the circle, and this new points format has almost like broke them out of that spell.
Shots coming through, and Sly Europe may be a cropper, but turning around and actually dishing out the damage themselves. VIRTUS.PRO absolute shutdown. What a spray up coming through from Sly Europe, but GameLord are here to chime in. They move to that Yasnaya bridge. and get 2 players on the outpost there. 2 players spotted for Sly Europe, 1 already down. They're looking for a little bit more as well. Rob's looking to light up the back of the car, but not quite able to get that knock. Reflect is down. Do they want to invest the time to get this res?
It's going to take a while. I think that, you know, this was a bold push coming through from Sly Europe. It's taken a long while to get up here. And all in the meantime, teams will be setting up in this area. It's such an important position for a lot of teams. And I think for GameLord, I wanted to see them take an aggressive approach, but I hoped that they would take a watchtower. But this is equally just as efficient, right? You wait for teams to cross that bridge and take them down as they head over, in which case you can move across knowing that this area is going to be a little bit safer because the team ahead of you will be significantly weakened. But that did require them to hit some good shots in the first place.
Shots over towards Victor will be taken down by Shifu. They are trying to trade that off, and they actually back Dagestan off that position, which makes Victor resable now on that south shift. You can see Robs will be the first to go for it. There is a nice little safety ridge line that they can res behind, but they're not taking any chances. Reflect just about to bleed out as well across the road.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, Victor really should have hit those shots, but Forrest Shifu has time and time and again shown us on Dagestan that he is one of their best members on the team. Very, very accurate, able to turn a situation on a dime. And typically at those lower levels, that's all you really need is that one player who is incredibly good. We get to PMPL now, though. You do need a cohesive roster. And whilst Dagestan is doing still decently around this, currently in 7th place, I think this is not a way that you're going to hit towards those top sides of the lobby. But again, they are looking a lot cleaner overall. GameLord, on the other hand, again, all making the right steps, the right moves to keep on going with this current playstyle they have.
Shockwave, MADBULLS close by to each other. MADBULLS currently dropping the nades down, but it's a self-nade from Shockwave that gets the first knock. Looking as well to find another on the MADBULLS with the spray down from the Uzi. He's close by. Seems like they're fading away or just looking for an off angle here. Shockwave, 3 players active now. Tulika rampaging around the top floors, and Sly Europe with their duo on the west side. GameLord on the east might be able to third party this engagement, and given that Shockwave are on the outside, they're more vulnerable, but that's not going to stop Sly from threading the needle through the window, getting a knock onto MADBULLS. On the outside as Zerich drops down, Tulika opens the door, wants to try and distract, will allow Zerich in as well, dropping some smokes and try and regroup.
That's correct, John. Waiting to get in there for Shockwave. Struggling just a little bit, but MADBULLS look to be having the worst end of it currently.
Shots coming through from GameLord. Onto the engagement now as well. KASIK team as well, who are rolling up in the back, finding 2 players in the bunker who will not go down without a fight, but how much further can they go? The answer is not anymore. English Resable. Now KASIK team take up the mantle as third party. Flake out, knocked in the open, behind the smoke, sure, but Trazen is now the last standing for Shockwave in the meantime. Will be able to crawl all the way back for the MADBULLS, sets himself alight. Trazen, what is going on there, my friend? Needs to try and stay alive here to keep Shockwave in it for the time being. Tulika out and into the corner. I think he got spotted there, or at least took a little bit of flack from KASIK team across the way. Trazen looking for the res onto Terminus, avoids the nade as Frozen suppresses the position.
Frozen does a nade over the top there. Luckily, MADBULLS are able to get in towards this spot with little to no difficulty, with Terminus going down to a nasty nade there. Terminus is going to have to try and get back towards the rest of his team as Frozen applies just a little bit more pressure in the form of a hand-grown and thrown grenade. Could be hand-grown as well, you don't know. He might be a great gardener.
Organic.
Of weaponry.
No added preservatives. Certainly not going to preserve anyone who appears on the wrong end of that nade. Either way, MADBULLS moving on in now. A lot of damage found with that nade. Value from the lob out from Shockwave, but they are getting these heals off, getting these reses, looking to try and stay alive, but that's a light up on the staircase. Nothing you can do about it. Frozen now into the ground floor of the building. Wants to heal, and the mantle taken up by the rest of the MADBULLS roster to stop any pushes down. Terminus took himself out. I feel like these self-nades from Shockwave have been not the greatest. Gladiators coming into conflict with Avalanche and finding out that it doesn't take a top team to take them down. This time around, it is Avalanche to win out the duel.
Avalanche able to get back in towards this one. Very, very unfortunate there for the Gladiators. Not a team you expected them to go down to. Again, though, from Rozhok, MADBULLS are able to take themselves a very significant position towards that top side of the map. They identify a compound that's good, and this is what we saw a lot of teams in PMGC doing, is that if a compound was strong, they were not afraid to fight for it at this point in time, with these circles being more and more about who can get towards that central position, who can take those strong compounds to leverage that position going forward.
Ooh, Zero. Nailing some good shots, useful shots, and much needed shots over towards Avalanche. PNL trapped behind the tree. Two of the unicorns are down already. Stimming up for Zero. Spots the breakout wide. PNL out in the open, but answers with a volley of his own. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. In the meantime, Nox flushes started to come through, and the reses over onto Mihi should be possible here as well. The circle will encroach, but it's zone 3, which means you can get the res in the zone.
Yeah, we'll get players back in there. Unicorns Love have played very carefully on the sidelines here. Dark Project, on the other hand, taking shots up towards, excuse me, Furia tries to throw some smokes up there to provide a...
Think we might have lost Blank there, unfortunately. We'll try and get him back in the meantime. ARR on the southwest side, excuse me, trying to fend them off. Black with the sightlines. They definitely know that there's a team there on the southwest. Those hills to the south of shooting range going to be high value for these next circles. So excuse me, playing this far out is kind of smart, actually. I kind of like it. It's not going to allow teams to really take the hills to the northeast of them. It's going to suppress everyone in those rotations to fight off against each other. The question is, can they bear that weight of ARR pushing in, of Dagestan pushing in, of the remnants of Dark Project as well on that south side? Unicorns of Love on the northwest, probably going to be looking to try and push across the road, but KASIK team are in the way as well. It could be tricky to move forwards. Looks like we are going to see a clash. ARR pushing on up now. They aren't going to let, excuse me, just sit there and guard them out. They'll take agency. And the nade over towards Black is good for one. Elementrix gets on target and Havlik falls to the axle of Habers there. They roll down with the buggy, and two players from excuse me already taken out of the running. There's really not much more they can do. The rest of the team too far in the circle. The shift comes through on the western side and allows teams now to figure out where they want to beat their path into this next one. KASIK team with that outpost in the center, pretty nice there on that central area. Unicorns of Love as well on that northwest side. KONINA Power will have to leave Severny most likely.
Absolutely, I think for KONINA Power moving down from that northern side should be a decision they're trying to make sooner rather than later, considering Nexus on the outside will be able to take shots at them as they leave. MADBULLS currently with their 2-2 split on the eastern side will want to try and clear out as much space, but KASIK with some high ground, which excuse me obviously is still trying to harass the moment, could be decent for them. Unicorns of Love, after their display on Sanhok yesterday, do not fill me with confidence currently, even with the 4 members that they currently boast. But we'll wait and see. Dark Project on that south side. They are down 1 player, but again, still a very, very dangerous opposition to come into contact with.
Nexus trying to move past, but getting shot out by KONINA Power, and that is some good knocks. Flush coming through as well onto Keme as GameLord make a fast southward rotation, trying to sweep down towards that side, and Dagestan have another contender in the area.
GameLord really has played out this game fairly slowly, but I won't say there's ever been a point where GameLord has not made the right timing on their pushes with what they're trying to achieve here. KONINA Power quickly take down Nexus. Now, this is not what should have happened. I feel like KONINA Power are not in a good...
Oh, GameLord rolling on up to the engagement. They try and crash straight on. And Victor able to find 3 eliminations on the game. Sure, they take down Cave, but they lose a player to go a little bit more central. MADBULLS further north than they are. Nexus right now, the last 2 of the players on the southern point of Severny. Octavian on the outside and DBS in hand for Bellucci is going to be brutal to deal with for them. All 4 of the players from KONINA Power want to push this one out because they know they can't leave these players in here and alive. They will just take them down on the back foot. A cheeky little knock there coming on for the MADBULLS, I believe. But Octavian continues to stay alive for a little bit longer. Just that touch longer upstairs around the door frame. This is the last stand now. Palucci around the door frame. Doesn't manage to unload the first shell into Octavian. He stays alive for a little bit longer. Those stims will take him up. They're not going to play this one too slow as Octavian jumps through and actually gets out the window here after getting a second knock. 2 players from KONINA Power. The door frame is there, but he doesn't have the reload in time. And Palucci puts the final nail in the coffin of the Nexus squad on the north side. Now, they are the only team in Severny. They will be able to get these reses, but they'll have to move south pretty quickly. Dagestan, in the meantime, on that south edge with ARR. At their contest, Game Lord leave 2 back and behind Dagestan. That's just to the east of the minimap that you can see on the top right. There you go on the map. You can see Game Lord left there 2 out to the south side. For Dagestan to worry about, to harass them, to slow things down. It clears out a lot of the ground in front of Game Lord as well. The MADBULLS a little bit further in, but Dagestan could suffer. Game Lord regroup onto that central position, all playing with 4 right now, and that is a good news shift for the Unicorns of Love. That allows them a lot of the ground around that shooting range, although it is pretty difficult. The hillside just to the east of that shooting range is going to be very, very high value, and all of those teams on the south are going to be competing for it. That's ARR, Dagestan, Game Lord as well, all wanting to try and push on in. KONINA Power, who have yet to leave the southern point of Severny, keep getting stopped, keep getting drawn short as KASIK teams backstop Ingush, gets spotted out and does some damage. KONINA Power will be slowed down as the circle just about to close. Seeing who can make their way in right now. Dagestan send first for those hillsides, but are they going to be able to keep this one alive? The replay of the engagement. This is the crash from Game Lord onto the cave position. You can see Akashi goes down there and gets knocked. The player from Game Lord going down earlier as well. KASIK team, they lose one of their players on the back foot, allow a 4-player roster from Dagestan to move in, but ARR has such good control over the high ground.
Some great control over the high ground at the moment. How much further can that take them? I'm just in and out, man. That's
okay, yeah. I think we got Blank a little bit in and out, but speaking of in and out right now, ARR trying to move in and getting shut down with a back sweep from Game Lord, moving on through to see if they can just push in behind and take care of ARR to push in from that south side. Pushing up north, trying to curtail that Game Lord rotation, but Game Lord slowed down as well. The knock at the back should be resable if they can get ahead of the curve, and it seems like they have managed to get Akashi back up. Now 2 players from ARR sit ahead of them. They can push this off this hillside. Very, very powerful. Dagestan further in. Unicorns of Love playing in the compounds as Tapok sends central. Tapok had such an impact in some of the games that he was playing in for ARR. Spoiled so many players' days. Victor down. Robs moves into position to get this res. Shots out from across the way. Might still be resable in this position. Game Lord yet to lose a player on that south edge. MADBULLS entrenched on this eastern edge. Frozen sent down as they play a 2-2 split. This is a push coming through from MADBULLS on a 2-2 split. Frozen moves forwards. Tulika there as well. The res came through. Victor maybe looking to evacuate. It's bold. KASIK team might have the sightlines, and I don't think MADBULLS can commit to this push. They just needed some ground to move out to in front of them, and they'll clear out that area to try and gain some control of this circle. ARR surviving for now with the duo that they have remaining. Unicorns of Love on that northwest, still playing that edge spot. MADBULLS, this is a really bold 2-2 split that they're maintaining at this point, but I feel like it's necessary in order for them to not just be immediately shut down on their egress when it needs to come through on that eastern edge.
Just before I go, let me quickly get some analysis in. This 2-2 split extremely important just on the pace of they don't want to allow Game Lord to get too much further ahead here. They'd have so much room to play with, but they still have Zerich and Fleeke behind to set up towards that high ground later on. Frozen and Tulika, all it is about right now is delay.
Slow things down. Assuage the threat that Game Lord will pose, and they know it. And this is the discipline from MADBULLS. They make these right decisions. They make these good decisions. But now, what can they do with that decision even if you make all the right decisions for your position, it can sometimes just go wrong for you. And maybe that's what we're going to see here for the MADBULLS.
Could be what's happening, but again, GameLord still really struggling to get through here, and now MADBULLS finally regrouping. This is very smart, and in the meantime, GameLord's not been able to cover much ground or clear out much space, making this endgame really difficult.
Tulika rolling back to the rest of the team. The MADBULLS regroup away from GameLord. Now GameLord could start to move up across that hill. Unicorns of Love reposition further south. And in the back of the queue behind the Dagestan entrenchment there. And remember, you've also got ARR on that south side of shooting range.
South side, could make some happen. With the amount of players they have, it's going to be
It's going to be pretty problematic, I think, as Waze was going with that as he fades out. KONINA Power finally taken down as we saw that roll up. Ingush doing so much damage to them. They just got slowed and slowed and slowed coming through on the south point of Severny. Unicorns of Love want to take this position away from Dagestan, but they cannot push too far forwards because GameLord have now moved into an oversight position. Nades looking good, though. They are answered back and forth between Dagestan and Unicorns of Love. Just Keep and Shifu left for Dagestan now on this corner as GameLord can start to take position. MADBULLS, in the meantime, rotated all the way up to that northern edge. And KASIK team playing 3, a 2-1 split right now. Unicorn and KASIK forwards, leaving Striker at the back across the road on the north. Could potentially be a little cheeky backstab onto the MADBULLS position, but position now given away, and the MADBULLS know that there's a player here for them to worry about. GameLord shifting around, and Frozen breaks all the way out. They've gone for another 2-2 split here on the MADBULLS. They sent the players all the way down south again just to scout off and give GameLord a little bit of a sense that maybe there's some players there, but they will regroup back up to that north side again. This is huge information gathering from the MADBULLS to know where GameLord are playing from, to allow themselves a little bit more ground to play with on this side. Dagestan on that west side still holding out the Unicorns and popping these nades back, slowing things down. That's exactly what you need to do when you're playing with minimal resources. And if you can get 2 knocks, great. If you can get more, even better. 2 flushes coming through as well for Dagestan to tally up 6 eliminations on the game now. And GameLord on the south side still yet to vastly leverage that high ground position, but the hillsides in front of them can be very, very difficult to descend. That eastern side under threat as well from MADBULLS wide swings. We've seen that before, that 2-2 split coming into effect as the circle shifts away from them. So the eastern side of those hills is going to be a little bit less valuable. However, if you can clear out the full entirety of that eastern side, it could be the case that you have got that ridgeline to play with as it falls down into the north side. But GameLord can't have the confidence to take that just yet. KASIK team and MADBULLS both out on that northeastern edge, around the edge of shooting range. Actually finding a lot of value with this next shift. The Dagestan corner and the ARR south side, both pretty valuable to survive into this next circle, if not to win out into the finals of it. Shots finally starting to come through towards the MADBULLS position from GameLord as they get a little bit of confidence on the ridgeline. KASIK team, eastern side. As GameLord suffer heavily. Unicorns of Love just lighten them up. They try and step too far forwards and the smokes just weren't there. All of a sudden, GameLord lose 3, and Narvalo needs to invest time in getting these reses as fast as possible. GameLord really suffering now on the turn of a dime. MADBULLS as well, looking for a little bit of an engagement. Flyke has gone down. KASIK team looking to get dealt with now. Can the reses come through? Flushes are starting to fall in line for GameLord, and this is not good news for the French squad on the south side. However, they get the first res, looking for that second as well. Unicorns of Love now preoccupied with the Dagestan position, move a little bit further forwards. KASIK team as well, only down to Unicorn on the northeastern side. Zerich moving forwards. MADBULLS not going to be the arbiters for GameLord on that south as Narvalo sends on in. They throw caution to the winds and try and get a forward survival position. Send down the hillside and Unicorns of Love more preoccupied. Not going to be suppressing the GameLord position anymore, but with that time, GameLord managed to break down and move up north. Unicorns of Love getting lit up in the meantime. A really disastrous turn of events for GameLord, but they stay up with 3. They can potentially regroup on the position for Narvalo if they can deal with ARR further south. See how much more pressure they can exert on this zone. They've been on the high ground for so long now, but the MADBULLS have been such a core team, such a massive component of this northeast side, but it's only Unicorn now left standing in their way to exert control on this eastern side, and he's down in the bunker. They know where he is. They know where the suppression line lies. GameLord, the main threat now for the MADBULLS rotation. You can see how much open ground is in front of them. How much more smoke do they have? 6 in the pocket for Tulika, so they can make probably 1 or 2 crosses now to move forwards into these next circles. The southwest becomes a shooting range in name and in nature for everybody holed up in this area. GameLord on that south side have been struggling down this hillside. If they can regroup to Narvalo, it's good, but nades can find their way up from ARR. Tapok, Becca will not allow them to just fully regroup. Narvalo has to stay prone as well. Tulika lighting up the angles for GameLord. And the two teams who have been hiding around the walls of shooting range are just surviving round after round. Engagement after engagement. Unicorns of Love find a nade over onto Shifu, and you've got to wonder how much more can Dagestan weather here. On the walls of shooting range, it can't be much more. A burnout and a cross from Zero on an open position, but GameLord can't step up to capitalize. Zero spotted, keep up, and the spray down onto Zero is good for a knock, a flush, an elimination on the Unicorns of Love. That will take them out of the running. Tapok, Becca now playing underneath as a roll forwards from GameLord. They're taking control now with the Unicorns out of the mix. Dagestan's position isn't as good to suppress, but these are the nades I was talking about. Coming uphill from Becca from ARR, and a shot down as well coming through. Just Narvalo left standing, who made the way forwards earlier. Robs takes a lot of damage from the nade, and Narvalo took a little bit as well. MADBULLS still on 4, and they move on through and ruin the day of GameLord. The MADBULLS somehow playing on the far east side exert so much control over this zone. This is why they are a team that absolutely deserves to be at the top of these tables right now. Shifu taking shots over towards the remnants of ARR, but everybody is withering under the gaze of MADBULLS. Tulika, though, not able to take Tapok down just yet. This guy has been a thorn in the side of everyone. Zerich dispatches Dagestan, and now it is turning their attention to everybody else in the lobby. You've got KASIK, who have just been hiding out in this bunker. Last team remaining now. How on earth has Unicorn managed to make it this far? I do not know, but the MADBULLS will be able to take this one. The zone will close. The MADBULLS have the high ground. The shot's coming through. They know exactly where he is, but there's not really much they can do about it. Maybe send a player out to try and get that elimination point, but with 11 eliminations on the game, Unicorn will take a bow and take that second place mantle. MADBULLS put so much pressure on the table. The way they played that eastern side was absolutely incredible, impeccable, and really, really gonna have a great impact on those tables. Resurge into the top spot, having a little bit of a dance party. Blank, I don't know if you're with me, but that is one hell of a way to close down this game.
Hello. I have been here for some time.
Okay.
But there has been no point to jump in. You have been...
Oh, I think he's gone. Almost immediately on returning.
taking a breath. So...
Oh, he's back.
But yes, it is...
Oh dear. I don't think that's going well. Can't hear you anymore, Blank. If you can hear me. Unicorn finally enveloped by the blue zone, punching it out. I don't think you can fight the blue. I don't think it's going to work out for you. Goes down, and the MADBULLS will seal the deal. They knew exactly what to get up to. 131 points at the start of the game, 11 eliminations, and a chicken dinner. That'll see them up to 21 points on the game, bringing them up to 152 overall. That will leapfrog them over to Muerte. However, over up the top, Muerte on 136. They still have a game in hand. Can they keep that up? I'm not sure. But me and, to an extent, Blank, we'll see you in the next game as we head over to the desk.
You know what I find really impressive? Like, more impressive than the fact that MADBULLS have another incredibly convincing win is the fact that John's just sitting there on the desk casually doing the maths, adding up the points, and not making a mistake.
Yes, that's the difference between him and me, is that he's actually good at math, and I cannot do what he just did, but I cannot do either what MADBULLS just did. That is an absolute banger of a game once again. They survive as a 4-man team like they do almost every single match where they make it on a podium finish, and they're just so hyper-aware of the terrain and the teams around them that they're just like, okay, we don't have to rush things. You're just going to regroup over on the eastern side after doing a 2-2 split, after scouting all the information we needed for that move, and then we're just going to eke our way forward slowly and surely. And once that fight breaks out on the west side between ARR and Dagestan, they're just like, okay, they're fighting. It's now the time to third party. Do not give them any space. Do not give them any room in this game to just suffocate them out in the blue and secure the chicken dinner. It looks so easy, but it's MADBULLS just playing down to a T these matches. It's textbook what we're seeing from this team.
Yeah, when we're looking as well towards the lower side of the rankings here, I mean, Gladiators and Shockwave, they unfortunately not able to collect any points, and these were both of the teams that we were kind of really looking forward to today and see what they are able to bring to the table. So how are we feeling about that one, Max?
Tough game. It's a little bit of a rough start for the first one, but you're still going to have 3 more matches for these teams, so I do expect some changes to be made. But I got to say, Sly Europe got absolutely bodied. They got bullied out of a bridge camp. They were initially defending that bridge on the western side of Yasnaya.
Yeah.
And Game Lord just said, no, your free trial of life has expired. Okay, pay up. And they just got completely denied that bridge camp. And Game Lord, Unicorns of Love, the 2 Western European teams here were looking so aggressive. And you can see that bridge camp worked out for Sly Europe versus VIRTUS.PRO, but Game Lord said no, and they just got knock after knock after knock. I gotta say, Unicorns of Love and Game Lord really seeming to play the hyper-aggressive approach even more in this 4th day.
Yeah, they're the troll bridges. You have to pay to be able to get past them, and this time around you had to pay with your life, and that meant also you had to pay with points, because Unicorn of Love as well, especially like the aggression that we've seen coming out from them this time around, they've really racked up those points and they're really pushing it as far as they could. But Dagestan is one of those teams as well that we kind of highlighted earlier on today on the analyst desk, mentioned that when it comes to points, when it comes to aggression, they're slowly creeping their way in, and they finished 2nd as well today.
I think we had Keep and Shifu at the end who were just doing the main frags they had in the northern side of that circle. Of course, they were on the other side of that road, the southern side of the road. So if you're any of the teams coming in from the northern side, you're not going to make that cross unless you have all the resources needed. We saw also English there from Muerte, no, not Muerte, sorry, we saw a player from KASIK team. They were split. It was a little bit weird. I wasn't too sure why that was working out, but English got himself a 1v3 versus players of KONINA Power with the DBS. So the split, I question, but that solo play, I do not question. And then looking at MADBULLS, they just push up because they know teams are hurting, teams are in a really precarious situation, and they don't want to give them any breathing space. They don't want to give them an opportunity to come back. And of course, the celebration dance at the end, which, you know, is mandatory in a game like that.
Yeah, do you have some of those celebratory moves yourself?
If I had luck with my emotes I put in my boxes, yes. But unfortunately, no. I've only got the basic
IRL?
package. IRL, you're not asking me to. No, I need. No, that's not going to work out.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. You know, I think we should just all forget about that. But we should not forget about the team stats, however, because I mean, MADBULLS. Do we have to like say the same thing again? I mean, this team has just been a force to reckon with.
Yeah, I mean, really, you're looking at Zerich there with his move, and he's really a character from Chainsaw Man. He's going con, and instantly just the entire enemy team just gets obliterated. So,
yep.
I don't know. We said it multiple times, right? The team synergy, we didn't know what was going to happen with this team on paper. At the start of the season, they've proven that this team works in practice in these actual matches on day one, and they're just a consistent team. So I think that we can just expect from them to get chicken dinners almost every single day so far. They've had such an incredible podium finish ratio out of all their matches, and I don't think anyone except potentially for Muerte can contest their current location in Phase 1.
Yeah, absolutely not. But also the damage coming out from Unicorns of Love, actually, I mean, a lot more aggression that we've seen from them this time around has been highlighted before. Dagestan having those 2 players, especially Shifu, closing in towards the end. You know, they're adding to the tally, they're adding to the damage, they're adding to those points with those limbs. So, you know, we have a couple more days left with a couple. I mean, 2 after today. We still have a couple of maps today as well. So, yeah. Look at me.
Yeah.
Smart. Who would have thought? Not me.
If I do want to make a call out on Dagestan, seeing how they were playing this game, I would genuinely not be surprised to see Dagestan in a top 5 position at the end of this first phase. Because we saw what they could do, Janira, right? In PMEC, Shifun, more specifically being the MVP of that event. You know, this team can just do so well. They had a little bit of a rough transition in PMPL because, of course, PMPL is a completely different beast from what was happening in PMEC, but seemed like they just got a little bit used to the lobby. They made maybe a few changes to their playstyle after that one-day break we had yesterday. And Keep and Shifu were working so well as a fragging duo this game. So I feel like top 5 is definitely a possibility for Dagestan at the end of this weekend.
Yeah, who knew? We all just need a little break every now and then. Seems to have worked for Dagestan, but let's have a look at the overall rankings as well to see how everything is looking like at the moment. I know we had some quick maths on the desk by John earlier. We're not going to be able to do that, but MADBULLS sitting at the top at the moment. They've managed to get a total of 11 eliminations, so for Muerte coming up next, they need to try and close in on that as well, Max. A little bit of pressure.
It was slowly getting to the point where MADBULLS are going to be having twice as many points as 4th place team GameLord. It's still, I cannot believe that much of a lead has been created. It's still really impressive that Nexus Gaming is able to somewhat keep up with a lead like that, even though they're currently 34 points behind 2nd place of Muerte. But we'll see. And you know, Muerte, I understand. Jenny, I understand. They're such a good team. You predict them even when they're not playing. But that's just how good they are, right?
They're just rent-free.
Yeah, they live rent-free in the lobby.
Clearly.
There's a 17th team, always there.
They're always there. They're like lurking in the shadows, and every team is like, oh, are they going to be popping out right now? And everybody's on their toes and trying to figure out how to play, and it's impacting their performance now. That's not going to be the case, but when we're looking at the teams as well, specifically, I mean, towards the bottom of the table, I think there's quite a big discrepancy in terms of elimination points that some of the teams are able to get. So as we're going to be heading into Miramar next with John and Blank, we're going to see whether or not some of these teams are going to be able to capitalize off of these elim points and get the ball rolling.
MADBULLS kicking the day off with a solid performance to get the chicken dinner. Blank, we're looking at Muerte's first performance this time around as well.
We are, yes. I mean, this will be nice to see. I mean, we had a couple of predictions maybe for Muerte, but playing now, so we'll just count that prediction coming into this game. That's how we'll go for it. But yeah, I think that last game, I wanted to predict MADBULLS, but I feel like I've predicted MADBULLS at least 70% of the time, so I had to go for someone else. The only person getting points there was Max anyway, so that's fair enough. That guy is big brain. It looks like things are fixed on my end. There's wires everywhere, by the way. I have finagled some kind of setup to make this happen, which is always fun. Production is always helpful, so it's nice. It's great. We're all good. You know, we fixed the problem. We've got technicians in my ear. That's what it's about to be on PMPL, is fixing those issues. On the other hand, MADBULLS don't need to fix anything. Right now, they're absolutely fine. They're doing fantastically well. GameLord, I think maybe they could have gone a little bit further, but what I will say, right, John, and I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, is that I will say this, is that last season, if you saw GameLord in that position, there's no way in hell that they would have been in that last circle. Not at all, not one bit. They would have moved far too slow, and I think that this, again, like I was saying last game, as I was moving in and out of reality, that GameLord is a team that has figured out a way to actually make this aggressive new playstyle, this new format, work in their favor, as it's almost forced them out of their shell a bit, to be a bit more confident in their capabilities, as opposed to sitting back and going for those placement points, which plays very well into the hands of people like Narvalo and Victor.
I mean, I feel like that last game as well really came down to the fact that Unicorns of Love didn't conclude their engagement with ARR on the corner as well. It really shut them down on their position, right? Yeah. I mean, the MADBULLS might have had a couple of angles, but I think you're right. I mean, I'm liking the changes that we're seeing, and that plays into what we were saying at the start of last game. So hopefully more from the French to come through. We've loved it from Max for seasons after season, but now we're seeing it back from GameLord.
From the game, the teams as well, right? That's the main thing. I think the cool thing to consider, though, is that GameLord could have gone a lot further if it wasn't for that 2-2 split coming through from MADBULLS. If they hadn't have sent that 2 over towards GameLord to delay their approaching towards that circle, they would have never been pinched on that west side in the first place. And this is a very similar tactic we saw MADBULLS play over on Miramar, which is denying denying teams that ability to get into their ideal spot, right? Which is very interesting. And something that requires a lot of confidence, man, because you need to have two players at the same time scouting out and breaking up that position in front of you so the rest of the team can get into it, whilst two of your other players are focusing on taking on a four-man squad without dying. And I think without dying is the main thing there. If you can force yourself into a position where you can cause problems, cause chaos without losing players, that is one of the strongest approaches you can take. And I think far too many times we'll see teams attempt this but lose players on the outset and kind of see it as a favorable trade, because although you lose one, you have a better position going forward. MADBULLS refuses to lose even a single player in those circumstances, making their end game so easy.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those teams just looking to claw as many points away. They're talking a lot about those elimination points over on the desk. I mean, it's Game Lord and Dagestan right now leading the charge in terms of the ratios. 64 elimination points for Game Lord, 62 for Dagestan, who have 22 and 23 elimination points, placement points respectively, right? So they are having a big impact on these tables, but then the MADBULLS are just able to do that and also get those placement points involved as well.
Absolutely. I think that's the main thing. I think MADBULLS have definitely made some decisions where it has caused them to get less eliminations. I mean, this massively focused playstyle where they'll just hit up the strongest compounds despite not being in the best place to go for it, and then use that fight to almost springboard themselves into a better position in the late game. Might not mean that they get any more eliminations between minute 10 and minute 17, but that's fine. That's going to give them that ample amount of time to set up, figure out where teams are playing, and then go from there. It is interesting to see, considering we saw KASIK team, SHOCKWAVE, NEXUS, KONINA Power, all in very strong spots. However, that position towards the roadside, incredibly important. SHOCKWAVE did hold on to it in the first place, but were quickly moved out from that spot and sent on their way like homeless vagrants. So very upsetting for SHOCKWAVE, unfortunately, as the police arrived in the form of MADBULLS.
Yeah, it's not going to be pleasant either way, but we are going to be getting into Miramar to take things over to the desert. And this time around, we'll be seeing the Muerte for the first time today. They sit currently behind the MADBULLS by, what is that? That's 16 points behind right now. So they are going to be looking to try and profit that many if they want to try and catch up. NEXUS are starting to be left behind now. After the game that they had where they tried to move past Severny in that first one, there is now a 34-point gap between third place and second place, NEXUS to Muerte. So they do need to pump it up if they want to be in with a chance at that top spot, which they definitely were at the start of this half of the phase. But now, even after that first match, it might be a little bit too tall of an order.
Yeah, we have two clear outliers at the top at the moment with MADBULLS and Muerte, both doing extremely good work to keep themselves up there. 152 points to 102 in third place is somewhat nutty. And again, we saw Muerte sitting high and proud ahead of MADBULLS at the beginning of the day, but MADBULLS quickly put an end to that one. Looking at this map though, very easy little rotation for a lot of these teams as we head up towards El Pozo side. Obviously all these teams dropping down towards Junkyards and Parla having a much better time of it, whereas El Pozo, La Cobreria, you're gonna have to drop out a little bit late to get up here, which might hamper your rotations later on.
Team Doom out early. Muerte will be dropping out over towards Monte Nuevo by the looks of it. Gladiators out up to La Cobreria, which is their favorite drop spot, opening up a lot of this map. Cave down in Los Leones. Picardo will be occupied by two teams. We're not going to talk about that because we don't like it. Major Pride down towards Chumacera will be breaking out a little bit further. The circle as well, fairly kind here, Blake.
Yeah, pretty simple circle here. Most people dropped out early down towards Puerto Paraíso as well as Impala with NEXUS. They're not too unhappy about this one because they're going to get looted up fairly quickly and then be able to move out. Lots of space around Chumacera, Minas del Valle to actually rotate through here. So I think for these two teams in particular, happy days going forward. They'll be able to move in towards the spots they need later on after getting looted up nice and early. All these teams that dropped out towards El Pozo, La Cobreria, as well as Monte Nuevo, yes, they have dropped down late. But because they're already in the circle, they have much, much more time to actually loot up and get things going. So I think anyone's on this side of the map is very happy, regardless what happens. So this is going to be a much fairer lobby to go into, which is why, again, this is going to be this weird standoff between Excuse Me as well as KASIK team. And you can see that there are a lot of places around the map that are still open. Tora Hamada is still open. Towards the bottom side of Los Leones was open. Minas del Valle via de Mar. You can make a 2-2 split between the compounds on the north side of Via de Mar and then down towards Minas del Sur. So I don't think this is a necessary fight anymore. It's not one that has to happen every single game, and it's hampering both these teams more than anything.
Well, at the moment, if Excuse Me can get swept aside fast enough, KASIK team aren't going to be slowed down by this engagement too much. Teams yet to sort of encircle them just yet. And another knock over towards Havlik, only Beck left on the side of Excuse Me. They should hear those footsteps underneath as well, and Ingush drops down. There's the spray down. There's a knock sent back the way, and Beck is hiding out. Needs a reload for Ingush, but we'll be able to get it done. Doesn't even get the flush, and KASIK ends the fight nice and early in Picardo, so now they can start to play it how it should be played.
Yeah, again, it's a proper throwaway game there for Excuse Me, finding no eliminations, no nothing, and then just sent straight out of the game. So either they wanted a break, or that was probably one of the worst engagements we've seen in Picardo as of yet. Dark Project, looking a little bit better so far, but Miramar, not their best map, right? You know, 1.75 eliminations on average on Miramar is not great. And their damage really is lacking on this map. And I think for Dark Project, this all makes sense to me, considering they tend to perform very well over on Sanhok, as well as Erangel, when they can get into position and then duke it out with other teams. Tend to do very well when it comes to, you know, having a fight inside a compound with another squad. That works out well for them. Unfortunately, what we aren't seeing is the same thing on Miramar, because Dark Project has to take a lot more time maneuvering on this map, getting into a spot that suits them, and then going from there. Hopefully with this circle, though, where El Pozo's still in the mix, MADBULLS are around this location, they don't have another team to fend off against or share El Pozo with, you know, they might be able to give themselves a bit more time to figure out exactly where they want to go here.
Major Pride still very split on that south side. Avalanche going to be, again, very nice and central, but on a wide spread right now. Still early doors, so they can afford to be a little bit more further afield from each other. Around that power grid area, just south of it. On that split, two of them rotating in the pickup in front of you. 2 average eliminations, keeping it nice and tidy, but nothing really special here for Avalanche. And I feel like that's kind of been their story over the last couple of days of games. They really haven't had as much of an impact as maybe some of the names on the squad would have liked. On the flip side, you've got Muerte. 7.75 average eliminations on Miramar. Feels like a bit of a specialist showing from them. 25 minutes and 19 seconds average survival time on Miramar is absolutely nuts. To be able to get that far so consistently, to have that sort of an average over, what is it? I think it's 3 or 4 Miramars played. That's wild.
Yeah, it's a massive number for them. I think the 1,500 damage done per game as well is really big too, because that amount of damage, average eliminations they were hitting as well, I think it's 7.75. It's all very efficient damage, right? Because you hit the knock and then you hit the flush straight afterwards, so you're doubling it essentially. So every single one of their eliminations, very clean, very calculated, getting them towards spots that they need to go in. So I think for Muerte, this is a map that they excel on. It's a map where they get very far every single time. And it's a map that they play interestingly as well, because we don't typically see Muerte picking up these very much priority compounds, right? We tend to see them like hovering on the edges, you know, playing the actual area instead, playing around the rock sides, around the deserts, instead of holding up inside a building. And I think that gives Muerte a lot of flexibility to work with, which is something that they've shown time and time again they are very good at on Miramar.
Game Lord moving down south to try and move towards a spot currently held by a forward position by Avalanche. You can see Game Lord 3 players forwards, Akashi left at the back as a backstop. J, PNL, both holding on the inside of the shack village through the gaps in the metal. Just about managed to thread 1 or 2 bullets, but CJ backs off. With only the one being found. The position will be a little bit more known now. Gamelord don't even want to go for the push here. I imagine they expect there's at least 3 players in there. So they will just rotate around a little bit further west, which is fine. You don't need to take these engagements just yet.
Now, for Gamelord, realize that this is early doors, and they have a super central spot too. They don't need to take this fight. There's a lot of ridge sides around them, a lot of trees available. So staying out of sight for some of these teams, easy enough for Gamelord to happen. Everybody knows that if you head center like this very early on without one of these compounds that gives you a huge amount of presence within the circle, then you are going to be targeted by a lot of other squads. It's more likely that you're going to be surrounded on a 360-degree angle in the center of the map than it is if you're up to play towards El Pozo. So Gamelord understand this. They don't want to get embroiled in action just yet. Head further down, find a position where they can tuck themselves in, and then wait out maybe a couple of stages in the game before they start to really expand on that presence they have in the middle.
VIRTUS.PRO on the eastern side, trying to hold up in a little divot there. Next circle coming through. ARR moving in late from the northeast, and even later than them, Team Doom all the way out on the north, just coming past Torre Hamada. NEXUS southeast, going north of Los Leones right now, as the MADBULLS begin their training on the southeast side as well. Cave ahead of them. Major Pride will be a little bit further in. A Monte Nuevo circle shrink, and that is De Muerte home ground.
This is nice for Muerte. Again, this is going to be interesting for them to play, though, considering we just talked about how flexible they were, acrobatic in their ability to mix and match their positions around the map. But now they have to play in a fairly crowded area, an area that boasts a lot of buildings that are effective to use. So Muerte put in a situation they're not necessarily always in. Gamelord, though, get absolutely rattled by Dimension.
And a nade comes through as well from the teammates, and this is excellent shutdown on the run-in. What a way to hold. Rob's trying to take some sort of vengeance, but what can you really do there? It looks like you do get one, sure, into Dimension, but the rest of your team is flagging something desperate. Shots in through the window, not quite letting onto Robs, and he has got the DBS on the inside. Influence. Doesn't want to take the risk of going through the door frame. Spots the player jumping back across and tries to get away with it. Shots coming through. That's De Muerte moving into third party on this engagement. Rob's popping that med kit. Wants to get back to full HP and probably not a better time to do it. Influence down. Not really resible right now as De Muerte have moved right up and into the face of this spot.
Nice little stun grenade sent through as Robs jumps out the building. Cover that push out. Rob's probably one of the most terrifying people to be inside a building with, honestly, with just his prowess with that DPS. Another stun grenade goes in, sends himself down the stairs, goes for a double shot. They're all blinded, goes back upstairs. He is causing monstrous pandemonium downstairs.
They finally mount up their push, shut the door instead, and he falls back, tries to commit to this first aid, does manage to get it off, gets one with the DBS, two with the DBS, looks for more as well now as there's just one player left standing, and it's all topsy-turvy. Nade in hand, Robs might catch him unawares, and Robs 1v3! That is the fangs that were brought to bear by Robs for Gamelord. One player left standing, but that is a terrifying sight to see inside the building.
Honestly, it just brings you back to times of old, with Rob sending stun grenades, picking up self a second place over on Sanhok, and that is really where his journey began as this shotgun-wielding demon on the side of Gamelord. Very difficult to pin this guy down once he's inside a building. Hugely tactical, a double stun grenade as well. I think that they sort of expected the first one were able to tuck themselves away. After the second one came down and Gamelord Robs came quickly stampeding down the stairs after it, it was curtains. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and very clean as well. The speed at which he was getting those first aid kits off, the speed at which he gets stun grenades off, if none of those happened, that wouldn't have come to pass. So very, very well done to Gamelord there. Unfortunately, that will just net themselves a couple more elimination points, but not much else in the game. In the meantime, De Muerte were able to set themselves up in some very, very good spots around the map, giving them huge oversight here.
Got a two-way split right now. It looks like they're regrouping to the west side of the road. They sent two players close by to try and third-party that engagement, and they got a little bit of value for it. Let's take a look at that once more. Just finding them. The fallback, the lack of commitment from the third player. I feel like if you just push as three, he goes down there.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I think in that situation, you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. what just happened? Get me downstairs. That would be my first gut reaction as well, is just to run away. The intimidation factor was off the charts there for Robs.
Oh, yeah.
Puck, though, a similarly intimidating character on the side of AR.
Puck finds one, and are in the first to fall. Now 2 more players set in the sight, 3 players active, as a nade comes through from Becca to actually answer those nades from earlier. Not got the shot down just yet, onto the back line. Reflect tries to take out Tapok, but he won't go down that easy, no sir. Shots underneath the vehicle as Reflect wants to commit for this first aid. Slow, play it safe to try and keep as many of them alive as possible, but Sly down to 1. They just want to survive now into the rest of these circles. ARR will be on 4. They can get those heals off. Sorry, they are on 3. They did lose a player out on the northeast side, so they can push in with 3. But the northeast side a little bit more open. However, the fields on their quadrant of the crossroads really not going to give them that much cover to play with.
Not much cover to play with whatsoever for the time being. But again, really at this point in time, all you want to do is just get a little bit further into the cave, or at least as far as you can. Couple of teams in some decent spots. Muerte right now with a very interesting position. NEXUS getting shut down here by KASIK, not able to get in towards that circle quick enough, and NEXUS's ability to do well later in towards the phases seems to have shifted on its head, where they start doing very well in the beginning and now they're falling off just a wee bit.
Sang their praises at the start of the day that we're seeing stuff that they haven't seen from them in a while, but they are just turning this topsy-turvy. You're right, Blank. They are coming into these engagements in positions where they should be evens at best, and just getting absolutely rolled. KASIK team actually doing the same again. I mean, they order the teams over towards Severny. It's KONINA power really mostly, but they're just going to get shut out. NEXUS eliminated southeast side, and KASIK team now 3 players on the edge will have some of that ridgeline, some of that position to play with. MADBULLS to their west, though, makes it very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. I think that MADBULLS are always terrifying as teams to play against. Major Pride have took themselves underneath the valley itself. This valley is very dangerous because it's cutting out a large portion of area from the map for people to play in. So teams like Gladiators, Avalanche, even AAR want to move down, but where do they move into? A lot of these spaces are already taken up.
ARR out in the open. Woodson not quite able to get the final shots onto Habez. Just tapping it down and will be able to get that final one. Gladiators moving through as well to try and look for those reses. 3 players alive, so keeping all 3 of them up could be very, very valuable.
Exactly. There is this ability to come down this way, but again, as we said, this area inside of the valley, horrible position to make yourself found in. In the meantime, though, Muerte still in this extremely flexible position at the moment. It's really good to see that they didn't want to force themselves over towards this position of the map. They would rather instead have a very nice spot where they had loads of sight lines to see down towards the guys from MADBULLS.
Have a lot of control into that valley. Controlling that ridgeline could be very valuable. If they can fend off Dark Project on their west, it's going to be very, very strong and very difficult for anybody to really contend with them. Robs finally goes down. The DBS demon himself will be exorcised from this lobby for the time being, but I'm sure we shall see a second coming in due course. ARR also eliminated.
They are now going down. Difficult positions ahead for a lot of these teams. Major Pride mainly hanging on just for the fact that they are underneath all the action, and a lot of teams will be taking shots over the top of them, so they will certainly hear the bullets whizzing, but mainly over the top of their heads. KASIK now move in very close to the guys from MADBULLS currently. They are going to be sending nades back their way. Now, MADBULLS, they might be looking in a little bit of a tricky spot, but we know that these guys are the Houdinis of the lobby, able to wriggle themselves out of any kind of possibility here. So, KASIK still have to be slightly worried versus this team. Unfortunately, the road ahead is long for both these squads, moving through terrain that is easily discernible by a lot of these teams on this ridge side, which has become a prominent feature of this area underneath Monte Nuevo.
Unicorn moving around to try and back up Striker's position, but English is already low. to hold out the MADBULLS is a tall order, especially when you lose that off angle in English. Didn't manage to get that heal off and the nade took him down. The MADBULLS aren't going to go and push with that knock. They just want to confirm that flush, remove any intel potentially to be gathered. And they can really start to turn the screws now onto the KASIK position on the southeast side with the high ground it's affording to them as well. Could be very, very valuable for the MADBULLS. You said that Muerte might be able to take some shots over this way as well, but looks like actually some shots are getting peppered out. Might be from Major Pride. Muerte more preoccupied to the north at the moment, with Discrim taking shots up towards Team Doom further north.
Yeah, I think for MADBULLS right now, this is an isolated engagement with the compound they're currently holding in, so Muerte can't quite take shots yet, but as soon as you start moving down to where it's currently VIRTUS.PRO are playing, Avalanche, that's where things start to get a little bit tricky, John.
Tulika cooking. Let him cook. Striker. Made of asbestos there, won't feel the heat. Unicorn on the outside as well. They're just looking for picks at this stage. You know that you're not going to win this, really, likely, unless you can get a cheeky little nade around a corner. And they are dispatched. Both of the KASIK's remaining team will be falling to the MADBULLS. You can see already the MADBULLS were considering what to do next. Zerich is all the way out on the far west to try and suppress positions across the ridgeline. So, I mean, it's really, really solid play coming through from the MADBULLS yet again.
Absolutely. The fact they've been able to get out of this one again unscathed is almost impossible in its being. Again, though, looking up towards that northern side, Doom, Gladiators all situate themselves in towards Monte Nuevo. I think Muerte right now do need to start making some tough decisions, though, because they have held this 2-1-1 split for a long, long while, but now they need to regroup. I think this is the time of the game where you set yourself a sight upon a single area of the map and you try and hold that down as your own. Now, to the eastern side of this scrim, as well as Happy J, there is a fantastic place to position yourself on with a lot of high ground to work with. It's good to take shots down towards the valley side and any team that's trying to move over the road, but I think that this maybe will happen in the next couple of minutes, particularly because it seems like Malloy and Milky Way are very aware of Dark Project's position over towards that southwest side, unwilling to allow them also to coexist on the ridge.
I think that was like 2 or 3 on-target shots through just the flat corner of the window. That is, I mean, we have confidence, what can I say? It's a really strong position going through all 4 predictions for Muerte. Even the MADBULLS are going to find it difficult, especially if Goat Team are leaping around in these hills.
Yeah, Goat Team do prove to be a problem for a lot of teams in the sense that they are very annoying. I'd say that they're probably, yeah, very stubborn, very annoying, one of the most frustrating squads to play against. I think they're very good at finding these little openings here and there, even if it is the tiniest of little sliver in the armor that is open to attack, they will immediately apply some pressure in that position. Dark Project, though, notice that this is coming up towards their way. Start to take a couple of shots. Malloy, though, you can see him off in the distance, still scouting. Now sees that both these teams are currently fighting against one another, can reposition his attention over towards solidifying this position that Muerte is currently holding right in the center of the map.
Goat, I really like what Goat actually just did. They got a knock onto the MADBULLS, and if they hadn't have done that, they couldn't have crossed over this road and gotten up to the position that they currently hold right underneath Dark Project.
Again, it's this valley that we were talking about earlier, what we showed over on that map screen, that is disgusting to play against. You know, moving across that road, very dangerous, but finding that knock immediately to MADBULLS puts them on the defensive, and as you say, quickly they move across. Milky Way gets shot out, and again, this is what I said earlier on, is I wanted to see that regroup coming through from Muerte. It's not happened as of yet, but I'm hoping that this is the clear sign that Muerte needed to get everyone back to position, because Dark Project are looking to leverage this now.
They move Happy away from Discrim's position. They want to keep that flank open for Malloy to try and slow down Dark Project, because sure, they're able to get an opening knock, but that res has now come through, and they will need to move on this next circle.
Doom, Gladiators, all moving down up towards the massive silo. VIRTUS.PRO also managed to get themselves across here. Avalanche and MADBULLS still in a pretty difficult spot at the moment, but most teams that are on this ridge side are currently dealing with competitors. So for MADBULLS, they're currently strolling through the valley, wondering when anyone is going to start taking shots at them, and they just aren't right now. Even Major Pride is dealing with GOAT at the moment as Ray moves in.
Off goes down first. Piper into the corridor. Trying to take on effect. It's a very difficult hurdle to clear, and here's the pin of the nade, and it immediately repositions all the way out to the back. Has a little bit more backup from the rest of the team as Nomi rolls forwards. They want the res for GOAT on towards Alf to get everyone back to full. Nomi to get tagged away and burnt down. Piper goes up to the top floor. MADBULLS in a struggle of their own, as well as Avalanche crash onto them on the southeast side. One player left standing. It's just like coming up against, I think, just the one player left standing of Avalanche. No, there's two. One in the compound, one on the outside. PNL moves in around the smoke and will be able to finally take down the last player surviving from the MADBULLS. Now back over towards this GOAT engagement with effect still holding forwards. I think Nomi might have gone all the way down there for Major Pride. They are on 3. They did lose 1, yeah. So there we go. Dark Project as well, making their move on up, not crashing straight into Muerte, instead opting to third party the push from GOAT. The team that was sat beneath them, an aid up the top, that could be huge, but looks like it's just about sailed wide and not going to get too much damage. Latte actually is the one to fall.
Interesting, the Dark Project finally moved their attention away from Muerte and just try and crash on this fight that's going between GOAT as well as Major Pride. I got to admit, Zerich made a really cool play there. The smoke was down, realized that PNL was in a position that could have really caused problems for Alicio, so cuts off both those players by moving through the smoke, and it could have been a very different story if PNL went down there. Zerich, Flique, sorry, almost able to survive both of those things. So again, MADBULLS really hard to keep down on that look, and again, they were strolling through that valley, wondering when they would be assaulted, and it finally came. It's not the best position on the map to have to move through, but now Avalanche back up at 4, might be able to get something done, but Malloy spots the problem off in the distance.
Wait is now the last player standing. Could spot Discrim here. If Discrim stands up a little bit overzealously. Malloy close and waiting it out. Muerte, they've been afforded this wide split for so long because no one really had the gumption or the position, actually, to go and push this. You can see just what they're going to be able to do with it. Wait's still on the high ground, not in the zone just yet. It could be spottable by Discrim as well, but he does stand up. Wait might be able to shoot out onto this one with a cheeky little angle, but no, doesn't give the game away just yet.
Yeah, it's a really ridiculously strong position that currently Muerte have, but you do need to have a little bit of skills in parkour to make it happen. Parkour! And luckily for Muerte, they're still going strong with it. The fact that it's already on high ground, and then there is also high ground on the high ground that has cover on the high ground, just makes it an unreasonable position to have to play against. And now if you look at this next circle, it is disgusting because it's going to close that approach out from behind towards Muerte's spot, but allows them free reign to shoot down towards this open area underneath them. This is probably the best circle for them. They did not want this circle to end up on top of the high ground because a lot of people can start to move up underneath it or move behind it, in which case life becomes very difficult for Muerte. By closing off a certain section and allowing to look 180 down towards the roadside, Muerte has all but won this game unless they make some serious mistakes.
And we don't really see those too frequently from Muerte. Gladiators with Matic and Kitsune facing off against VIRTUS.PRO, single and off Hayes. Moving in, but there's the first knock onto Matic. To himself. Ran into his own Molotov there. Discrim gets a shot down onto Team Doom, who have tried to make this push a little bit too late, but Happy has taken a knock there, and Avalanche may be able to get some angles moving through. In the meantime, on the inside, it's actually Kitsune to win out that challenge in a 1 versus 2 against the remnants of VIRTUS.PRO, but can Team Doom get themselves in with a foothold? That might fall down the stairs and roll straight into target, but no, not quite going to burst on.
Yeah, I think Team Doom had to wait for the opportune moment there. And again, with Muerte's attention split away down towards that southwest side for so long, the fact that Team Doom's done this now as they all start to coalesce around this high ground, it's one of those plays you make when you're certain this is the winning position. Unfortunately, it's too late, like you said, John. You had to gamble on it earlier. And Muerte's doing all they need to do is just stopping out these single players, these teams with only 2 or 3 players getting up towards a spot. Now they can play out the rest of their game in relative peace, right? Avalanche have to move out from this position. And again, the circle just about encompasses that high ground, allowing Muerte to still hold on to this extremely strong spot.
Avalanche is really the only team that even has a shot at this stage. They managed to sort
Oh, look at this. What unreasonable bit of rock formation.
That is really unreasonable, isn't it? You could just sit there completely safe from everybody in the lobby. GOAT team trying to move on to Major Pride's duo right now. Monkey and Rudder. Try and keep themselves on course for a couple more placement points, maybe an elimination or 2. Piper taking out the back axle there on the monster truck. For GOAT team, Monkey spotted and a nice nade. Actually, finds 1, finds 2, a double knock, and now it's a 2 versus 2 for Major Pride. Monkey wants to find Endorphin. You got REI up on the high ground. They know he's there now. They've heard that. And Rudder, not quite with an angle just yet, but Endorphin moves through for the res. Monkey pushes out. REI wants to find the challenge, but running low on the magazine, will need to swap weapons. Can he stay alive to the DBS? Endorphin breaches around the side, and GOAT team stay in it. It looked so hopeful for Major Pride, but was snatched away.
Yeah, Monkey does what Monkey does best, which is fling nades at people. Unfortunately, Rudder was not there in time to actually provide that backup, because you could see the difference between those two guys, right? Just in terms of skill, as Monkey runs out after a perfect nade, quickly switches target, only for Rudder to run out maybe 5 seconds too late with a DBS in hand of anything. Just not really getting anything done. Gladiators have moved underneath the guys from Muerte to provide themselves with a little bit of cover. GOAT is happy to sit out the rest of their days over in this position. But Avalanche do have to move, but they move up towards a ridge site, which is actually quite happily playable, and Muerte will have to come down. Matic still causing problems from this position. A nade hits him hard, though.
There's a little bit of a route up there. And this zone closing, if people could just stay alive underneath Muerte, there is potential for them to change the course of this one. GOAT team and Avalanche both having a big impact so far in this lobby, but will have to fight off against one another.
They'll need speed. Speed has to be on their side right now. They need to hit all of the shots that they were looking for if Muerte want to win this one. Scrim drops off, does die on the way down. Happy also. Did Scrim finish off here? Goodness me, it's all going wrong for Muerte.
It's gone pear-shaped. I don't know how that's happened, but now it's just Milky Way left standing. Underneath, Gladiators might try and push on through. Will another team go down before them as well? From what looked like a done deal, they have allowed teams to survive, and GOAT now with a really, really strong spot, but can they get out before Avalanche get away with it? There's spray downs towards the Gladiators and up into the top 3 for Muerte. Milky Way needs to take the chance now, but spotted out. PNL shuts it down. Muerte fall, and now it's between GOAT and Avalanche, 2 teams that I think nobody would have called at the start here. Avalanche had free reign on the opposite side, and REI finds 1, finds 2, and it's GOAT team to take home the chicken dinner from underneath Muerte. They weather the storm.
I mean, they're a stubborn team, right? But they lasted all the way to the end there. For Muerte, the real problems came in when we saw Gladiators underneath. They thought they'd cleared out Team Doom, but Gladiators were also on that top side with them. And, you know, I think it was even in PMPL last season where we saw Gladiators, then HVP, playing the exact same spot. And they had to fend off teams underneath them. And I think it gave them some good ideas of where to play from. So they got ahead of them, started throwing nades. And by the time that Muerte started jumping off, it was all but over for them. So Gladiators really did cause some serious issues. And I think where the circle actually ended up allowed practically every one of those other teams to have some kind of position going forward. So the high ground being the high ground with cover on the high ground suddenly becomes the worst spot in the lobby, because you have to jump off at some point, which leaves you in relative open arms, just the rest of the teams to take shots at you.
I felt like Avalanche had about 14 eliminations in that game.
Yeah, they did.
With a massive, massive game coming through from a bottom of the tables team right now.
Versus the guys from MADBULLS, they took them down, which is not an easy feat.
Yeah, well, they are going to have some time to review just how they did so well, as will GOAT team, who took the chicken dinner here in Miramar.
What a game. I think especially towards the end, we had a little bit of hopes, dreams, and expectations max, but instead go to one of the teams that came through from the European Cup 2022. I mean, they have really secured this one for themselves.
They almost got upset by Monkey, though, from Major Pride, so that was a little bit spooky eventually down the line in that game. But yeah, we saw ourselves a good presence from the side of the PMEC teams in game number 1, especially from Dagestan 77, and now GOAT team securing himself their chicken dinner here on the second match. The PMEC teams are starting to step up pretty significantly, yes, I'm pumped about it. Muerte was in a really good position, but the moment they have to go downhill, teams that already are in a steady position that they've locked down are going to be having a way easier time defending their spot. And in this case, it was GOAT team. They then just shut everyone down on the side of Avalanche. So yeah, GOAT team, really good transitions this game, and they remained as a 4-man team until the very, very end, which is important in circle finishes like this.
Yeah, GOAT team for now are the GOATs. They managed to get themselves that chicken dinner. They got some really good points. But also, if you guys want to stay up to date with everything that's going on here at PMPL, you make sure that you follow our socials, as we said earlier as well. There is a little giveaway that you can take part of. Obviously, Max, this is your expertise. This is your PayPal.
It's my PayPal link. It is. Now, of course, go follow the Instagram, Esports PUBGM EU, and we'll be picking some winners tomorrow. We'll be picking some winners, and actually, just for the 2 first winners, you can choose which skin you want. Do you want the nade? Do you want the parachute? Or do you want the full set skin? You can decide and tell us, and we'll send you the code over there right away.
Is there an option that says all of the above? Or...
No, but it would be cool, but maybe next time.
Maybe next time. But there is, however, an option to see the ranking for this match, specifically elim points for GOAT team, a total of 10, Avalanche 13. I mean, they were right on their heels.
Avalanche, massive step up this game. They were in 18th position before the start of today's matches, and they hit and get themselves 20 points. Before today, they had 23. They pretty much doubled their points over the course of 3 days in now a singular match. Well, 19 now they got themselves this one for Avalanche, which is a massive step up for them. So I'm loving it. They seem to be a lot more aggressive. They pushed on MADBULLS out of any other team here, Junior. MADBULLS, they just pushed it and obliterated the team 4-0. So hopefully it's not just a one-off. Hopefully they can keep this kind of pressure up for the remaining matches.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of these teams is just hot on each other's heels. You never know who is going to be coming out on top, but we do have a head-to-head between the first and the second place team. GOAT with this one. I mean, they managed to stick it out to the end, but when we look at Avalanche, eliminations, their assists, and their damage, it is on top in comparison to GOAT team, but GOAT, they just managed to stick it out till the very, very bitter end.
I agree. Number on the right bigger than number on the left, which means Avalanche wins.
You know, Avalanche did actually win. Would you say GOAT sticked out till the bitter end, the sweet end? I don't really know. I don't want to say chicken end because that's gonna be really not funny. But I'm doing my best. Okay. The jokes are all right. I'll give him a 5 out of 10.
No, it's okay. But they're living up to the name, you know, right now. GOAT team, the greatest of all time. Well, all time. Of this game, at least, I can tell you that much, because they do get the game on this one. Otherwise, you'll have to be the champions in the finals if you want to be called the greatest of all time of Europe. But definitely put himself their name on the map, and going for breach after breach on the lower side of the map there, when Muerte had a pretty much big overview on everything. Same for the side of Dark Project and also GOAT team. They had a really strong overview and just started to get in strong positions early on, especially here. Look at this breach onto Major Pride, smoking out visibility, making sure that transition into the warehouse is just so much easier to pull off. And then, of course, we said Monkey did bring a little bit of an upset with that initial nade, then the push with that DPS, but I gotta say, they were able to heal up from their wounds and then go back as a full squad in that finishing circle. Impressive stuff from GOAT, and I hope that we can see more fights on this, but that's the one nade that got a little bit scary, a little bit too close for comfort for the side of GOAT team.
Yeah, a little bit of an oopsie when you do nade yourself. Happens sometimes.
Mollied himself, you know, Matic things.
Yeah, happens to the best of us. It's okay. It's been a couple of consistent shots, but eventually, you know, sometimes little things slip through the crack. But here we are, GOAT on top. They have managed to secure themselves the point so far. MADBULLS, however, are losing a little bit of that. I don't want to say the rush because it's a bull. You know, it's yeah. Anyway, we're gonna be looking at the match report instead, and this time around looking at the players. I mean, Frozen still in there. Grenade elimination has total not just one but 2 of them. I'm
looking at Alicio. Like, he has been, for those who knows, in 2021 2021, back-to-back MVP for PMPL, then at the time PMPL Western Europe. And he's been an absolute beast. He's been missing out on the battlefield for the past 2 seasons in spring and fall of 2022. But this is the game that's just like, okay, Alicia is still here, he's still playing, he's still in PMPL Europe, so I'm really glad to see that happening. But as I already stated for that team, and especially for GOAT Team, for both Avalanche and GOAT Team actually, I'm hoping it's not just a one-off. I want to see some consistency behind it, because that's what I would say sets apart MADBULLS a lot from the rest of these teams in this lobby, is they might have a bad game every once in a while. At the end of the day, it is a battle royale game. You're not going to get chicken dinner after chicken dinner every single time, but it's your capability to, after a bad game, to be able to put yourself back up there and get yourself a good result. That's what MADBULLS done. They can potentially get himself, I think I saw they can get a 14th place, and then right after that get himself a podium finish. And that's the strength of these top teams currently. So yeah, I'm hoping the teams that got their first good result here can just keep it up in the next matches.
Absolutely, and also with those results, overall standings are going to be changing as well. A little bit more points added to each participating team. Well, to those who did get the elims and the finishes. And MADBULL, they are still sitting on top, even though that last game might not have gone how they wanted it to. The Muerte managed to close it in a little, but again, looking at the discrepancy here between the first place and the 8th, my oh my, Max, is this getting prick.
I'm not going to lie, I've just stopped looking at top 2 because I just know who's going to always be up there. I'm more focused on the middle of the table at some point. But look at that massive leap from the side of GOAT Team, now in 6th position, just behind their other PMEC contender of Dagestan 77. They are in 5th. I did say I would like to see them in 5th. They're currently up there. Hopefully they can remain there until the end of this weekend on Sunday. A little bit lower on the table. Gladiators getting a few points in, a few eliminations here and there. Still not to the extent we would love to see from this team, but we'll get there eventually. And, well, excuse me, KASIK team, stop dropping in Picado, please. You were in 17th and 18th position, respectively, I believe, at the start of the previous match. KASIK team, good for them. They win that fight 4-0 versus Excuse Me. It's still such a massive risk in this current PMPL season that I just do not think is worth it. Not only are you going to be missing out on that Vikendi match, so that's extra prize pool, extra points you're missing out on, you might, because of this, purely miss out on the finals, because you're going to have a third of your matches being on Miramar. I want to see the change. I thought they changed it on day 3. They're going back to that drop on Picado. Please change it up. It's just not worth it.
I mean, he said please.
Please.
Yeah, you cannot argue with that. He said, please change it. He asked nicely, so let's see if the changes are going to be coming through. But it's not going to be on this map, because we're going to be heading on to Sanhok. And once again, we have our lovely casters, Blank and John, to walk you guys through all the action, and maybe someone mollies themselves again.
I think that's a new order, Blank and John. I like it. I like that order. It's quite good. But yeah, we are going...
I'm the best.
Sure. Let's go with that. We are going over to Sanhok for map number 3 today, Blank. Of course, we know that is also the best. Some favorite locations like Barn.
Yeah, honestly, I really do like Sanhok now. Landhawk, it's not Landhawk. That's... no. I do really like Sanhok. Sanhok is my favorite map at the moment, which is surprising because it used to be my least favorite map, because all I would see is people healing off all the time, which frustrated me to no end, John. I'll tell you that right now. But now we see a lot more engagements happen, a lot more smart moves, teams just trying to get in towards that center area, and teams fighting for position, because on Sanhok, that's probably one of the most prominent areas to do it, which is fighting for those really good spots, because this is such a small map. There are so many more important places around the map to pick up. So very interesting overall, and I think I'd quite like for this to continue.
Bit of a hard western blame path here, actually. Does give a little bit of a run for places like Camp Bravo, like Lakawi and Kampong, but still, as you said, very small map, not going to be too hard to get around and get those desired drop locations.
Yeah, I mean, getting over towards this side of the map is a little bit more difficult now, but I do think that overall there are some really, really important places around the map that we can't really say are not hard to get to. For instance, Camp Bravo, Lakawi, Kampong, all difficult areas to get to right now. For a team like Dark Project, for instance, they're going to have a little bit of difficulty heading towards that position, and we are going to see a lot more engagement happening around this side of the map going forward. So I think that going with this particular position on the map, we are going to see a lot of fighting going on. But already we do see, again, these guys over here are going at it. Excuse me, and Game Lord, both these teams really do like to fight here. And a lot of times we don't really see a clear victor, with some of them actually taking damage, some teams fully being wiped and not getting what they want. But already 2 knocks apiece, with Game Lord now down to 1 member. It's feeling a lot like Miramar again, John.
Uh-oh. That is the full entirety of Game Lord falling out almost immediately. And this time, excuse me, do catch the break to stay alive in this engagement. So Beck can get back, and they will be fine for now. And again, this fight concluded quite quickly, which means that in general, they are going to have a little bit more power, because before we've seen teams move in and try and occupy the areas around that boot camp position. What's interesting to me, Blank, is that there is no VIRTUS.PRO in this map, and look at who's taken up residence in those areas. It is going to be GOAT Team.
Yeah, GOAT Team picking this one up is quite interesting, and I think that they're starting to find their footing, find their feet just a little bit. Up to 6th place now, 83 points. Creeping their way through, and I think that they're getting that confidence they desperately need. What is interesting, though, is that they weren't able to pick up positions towards that northwest side of the map, because Gladiators already spotted that one. In which case, they take the Confluence compound as 2, and then the 2 prominent compounds just beneath the guys from Excuse Me. So quite interesting to see that. It does give them less control over towards that northwestern island, but not necessarily a problem here. Considering we have this circle heading down towards the southeast, John, this is absolutely fine. What it does mean is that Gladiator's rotation is a bit awkward now.
Yeah, it can be a little bit harder. Although, to be fair, GOAT Team have kind of moved away even further. So the Gladiators now can move further south and get a foothold on that southwestern island a little bit easier. Potentially even SHOCKWAVE are going to compete for that, depending on how fast they want to move. So that sort of area of the map is going to be very interesting moving forwards. Ruins occupied by MADBULLS, and even further out towards Tambang as well, on a 4-player split right now, just getting that loot involved. Everybody else seemingly quite far-flung from one another. We did see, of course, earlier a pick onto Unicorns of Love coming through from Muerte. That is on the southwest side. The little scrap between Sami and Bantai on that south side, that far south of the southwest island.
There's a little scrap, though. Nothing too major, nothing too drastic. Remember, MADBULLS moving away from Ruins at some point will happen. Muerte down towards Sami. So our 2 big dogs on that southwest side, John. Up towards the north, Paris is KONINA Power AAR around this area, as is Team Doom. Heavily split around the center area of the map. Not quite sure where this is going to end up as of yet. Dark Project finally made their way over towards Camp Bravo, potentially going to pick themselves up some boats again. They are very good at finding those positions to inject themselves onto the map from a seaward position.
Just me. That was a cheeky little first knock coming through with the DBS onto Robs, of all people, to feel the brunt of that gun. Will go down there, and then made a target of himself and allowed the team to come through and sort of sideswipe really quite effectively. So Excuse Me playing off one another very well in that first engagement to get very fast, quick knocks over onto Game Lord. Saw a lot of success for it. Sly Europe over towards Cave. Cave not playing in this game. They normally do drop around this area as well. So Sly Europe have taken that position. A regroup came through from GOAT Team as well onto the compound just north of Painan. And you can see on the screens they sent Piper up the hill as well. So they have got that off angle. This is a very powerful compound, Blank.
Yeah, a really strong compound to play around with. It does give you a lot of control over the teams over on that southwest edge, though controlling them will be controlling a couple of bulls, and they'll have to grab them by the horn here, because honestly, MADBULLS are coming in themselves. Muerte and Major Pride, no slouches in of their own right. So I think for GOAT to try and to, you know, gatekeep this position, it's going to be a little bit more difficult than they might first anticipate. Gladiators start to finally make their move down from the northwest edge, John.
Gladiators, I feel like they play quite slow on this first rotate. Maybe could benefit from speeding up just a little bit, but they're the ones in the game, not me, so we'll see what they can achieve with it. MADBULLS, they didn't actually try to cross north of Painan. They sent all the way south and into the compound where they currently now hold, which is southeast of Painan. A relatively clear crossing. It looks like either they know exactly where all these teams are going to be dropping and where they're going to be based on these rotations, or they kind of found a little bit of luck there, because I don't think they scouted anything really before they just crashed into these buildings.
Didn't scout anything as of yet, just straight in there, no regard. I think they were assuming because Cave aren't playing and Sly Europe a little bit hesitant to get towards this position, they're able to get into it quite quickly. And again, this might be coming off the back of yesterday's break, in which case MADBULLS have done a lot of research in their own time, figuring out what areas of the map are free. And I think that more than anything is important here on Sanhok. Being able to quickly adjust positioning in towards areas of the map that are free is going to be extremely important in the early game, because you don't have to take those fights early on to get a strong spot towards the center. You really want to be taking those big engagements towards the end game. Goodness me. Ripped to pieces in Sly Europe.
Shockwave as well, spotting out the Gladiators, and this is the slowness of this rotation from Gladiators kind of biting them a little bit. Terminus is isolated though for Shockwave. Kisune should go down here, but they might get a little answer over on towards Terminus, because really the backup from Shockwave can't come through. They know exactly where he is. The shots are already there. Half HP, knows Matic is close, but what can you do? The nade's been cooking, and that's an easy shutdown of Determiners. So Shockwave lose a player, Gladiators lose a player. That northwestern edge has got a whole lot easier.
Yeah, massive amount of space here for a lot of teams. AAR as 4 players also easily pushing their way down past boot camp. So happy days for them, and Dark Project yet to make a move. So no rotation from them, but they should be able to swing over the top side of Quarry. They will have to worry just a little bit for the guys from Nexus coming in from that northern edge. Nexus slowly slipping away. Only 1 point on the day so far, John, which is not ideal.
No, not really, especially when you were top 3 to begin things in today's proceedings. Goat team left the compound that they held, which is still a very powerful compound moving into this circle. They wanted to take a position a little bit further southeast, but they put themselves right into the frying pan right now. Maybe they got a little bit more confidence coming off that chicken dinner, but it's going to be very, very difficult for them. I feel like Excuse Me have one of the better compounds now.
Excuse Me have a really strong spot, and it's one that Goats gave up a little bit earlier on. Again, Goat are a little bit further in towards that circle though, which is beneficial. For Excuse Me, they're really banking on this northern shift just a little bit, which wouldn't be outside the realms of possibility, to be honest, but you see so many teams now all playing towards that center side. This was Sayo trying to head up towards MADBULLS' position, but they were ready. Almost instantaneously, Reflect gets removed from the game.
Gets cut out. KONINA Power moving into the position. Only 2 players, from Team Doom are in this compound. They're playing on a 2-2 split right now, which is very bold considering they're trying to hold one of the most priority compounds in the circle, which was vacated by Team Goat. A lot of teams putting less value on this one than maybe we do, but KONINA Power certainly wants it, and a nade through the window will help them on their way to it. Rotating all the way around, sweeping on the south side. If KONINA Power are able to claim this compound, again, they're going to be in one of the better spots. Oh, this is the other compound on the east. I thought this was still the one out on the west, but no, Team Doom playing split on that still. Find Palucci and get a little bit of a knock. In the meantime, Muerte get a little bit of conflict of their own.
And Muerte try and take down Major Pride. I think that last game, everything was a shock to the confidence, considering they had a position where they should have won by all standards, but were not able to take it all the way towards the end there. Nomi lobs a grenade out. Discrim zooms past him. One from Major Pride goes down. Oh, yeah, that's painful.
EBS trades around the corner. You're not really, well, one person certainly isn't going to survive it, and that is going to go the way of Major Pride, who hold out in Painan. The Muerte will not be able to make that crossing. MADBULLS a little bit more heads up on their rotation on that one. Didn't want to take that fight. They want to just get in a little bit later and exert power with 4 in the later games.
Dark Project made their way through Quarry. I think this is an interesting decision considering I think that they assumed that there would be no one waiting for them here, which was a good assumption considering most teams have moved central. There's a lot of compounds in this area that holds these teams. So for Dark Project to move through Quarry, yes, it does open up to maybe a team trying to take shots down towards them like Dagestan, but they're confident enough that there aren't going to be teams pinching them. Now with this next circle shift though, that push does become a little bit unfortunate as they will have to pass through KONINA Power, Dagestan, all with good sight lines. So I think for them, maybe passing back out of Quarry and then moving down towards that south side would be ideal, which is what they look to be doing now.
MADBULLS have taken a knock on that south side as well, with Unicorns of Love behind them. Sure, they took a player out early. Oh, sorry, Muerte took a player out early, but Unicorns of Love still fairly strong in their own right. MADBULLS will be able to get that res. Dark Project sailing through, or trying to. In the meantime, it's NEXUS. Take shots out their way. You said they've had a bit of a shoddy performance so far today compared to the rest of their games so far. So maybe here on Sanhok they'll have a little bit more success. Dagestan still moving forwards. Not really going to be too safe right now, but they have to make a move and decide where to go. Difficult position to play off against. I feel like the Unicorns might come into contact with them. Are they going to go to the west shore? This is an interesting maneuver from Dark Project.
Yeah, I mean, moving around that side, I think they assume most teams have moved out and away from that area. Muerte obviously going down does open a lot more space on this southwest side. Gladiators moving in from behind. Unicorns of Love try and do a bit of damage over towards Dark Project. Do find at least one there. Mickey looks for a little bit more, but again, Unicorns of Love seem to be making these weird mistakes time and time again here on Sanhok. And I think it more comes down towards their actual capabilities in a gunfight more than anything. Wait's able to bring himself back to full HP, and Latte left to just crawl back towards his teammates, which is fair enough.
Beast and Zero, 2 players now. 4 Unicorns of Love, 4 on the road for Dark Project, but that does slow their rotation somewhat. The MADBULLS moved northwest to a compound that they now hold on the shoreline, on the riverbank, just south of Painan, on the northeast side. Goat team still very central, in a strong spot there, with all 4 of them still alive and exerting a lot of control over these stages.
Dark Project still have a strong spot, like you say. And again, Unicorns of Love not making that move earlier on after Mickey provided all that information back, has now set themselves at the back of the queue on this bridge side. Looks like they were trying to set up for something to hold them all off, but it has been a terrible setup indeed, and the whole thing's come falling down before they even were able to finally place the last piece. Dark Project, though, still can move up. MADBULLS find themselves a loot crate. Looking good for them. Major Pride currently in Painan, holding all 4 sections.
NEXUS nades over towards Sly Europe, who are getting backed off, but not fast enough, unfortunately. Gonna just hop in the vehicle and give up on Mandarin. Unfortunately, Doran finds the other side of the ridgeline and takes a second as well into the NEXUS kitty. Picking up these flushes should be fairly simple. Now worried about the rest of the smoke, but should be fine to get away with. That shrink, good news for Goat Team, good news for MADBULLS as well, as they get central areas in this next one, but the northern side going to be difficult to fend off. Oh, not as deep as you thought it was there. I see, just careened straight into the river. Maybe a little bit more dangerous than you expected. Unicorns of Love not taking the shots, though.
Not just yet. I think for Unicorns of Love, it's all but finished for them. As the rest of Dark Project are moving up behind them. Major Pride will have to move it to at least one section of Painan. Excuse me. They had a good first initial fight. Beast does go for 1 knock over towards Dark Project. That's Madness down, and the rest of them still yet to flow in towards this building. So although it was scouted fairly poorly.
I mean, look at Matic and Meku as well from Gladiators out on the western side of this rotation. Nades in, coming through. I don't think that Dark Project expected Unicorns to be here at all. You can see ran in fairly blind and just entered the building with not really a care in the world. Went down almost immediately. Latte has the backstop there. It's actually the MADBULLS who get the spot on towards Beast. The flush does go the way of Ioneska and Dark Project around the side of the building. Zero also will fall, but wait. Not going to hold up, and Zero falls, brought to naught as the Gladiators might third party here.
Could get involved. They do actually have that compound up towards the northern side that they could regroup upon. Dagestan, massive damage coming their way. Latte drops to foam as Meku puts in the last shot there. Espresso or bullet, doesn't matter. Gets the job done. MADBULLS also still in the central position, but GOAT coming hot after that last game. Could play well from that position on the northern side.
Dark Project eliminated. Gladiators took care of business. Over on the other side with a two-player third party. Tixi was just holding their position close to the bridge across the river from MADBULLS. You can see Tixi under pressure, and Gladiators actually trying to just get across underneath the bridge. Don't want to commit there. No one really on the opposite side right now, but Frozen absolutely knows that Tixi's here. He's been there for a little bit of a while now. Meku and Matic blooming smokes underneath the bridge, getting across. MADBULLS with some nice fire prediction. But the first gets through. Meku, Matic to follow. Tixi still in the zone. They can survive for a little longer.
John cheating at his predictions, waiting till the last moment, throw it in there. Disgraceful behaviour. Will not be getting any points after this.
You've not even typed yours in. Don't give me that.
It is. Mine's on there. Big man.
I can't see it.
Oh, you're silly, you. Mine's already in. Don't you worry about it, son. I can see Max and mine's. Up towards that northern side, GOAT, excuse me, still fighting off against one another. But I think, excuse me, they moved from boot camp into that position, which was quite strong, and GOAT had left it. But excuse me, left it right until the last bell to finally vacate from that position. And GOAT should have eyes on. Gladiators inside the water, taking heavy casualties. I think GOAT could quite comfortably keep excuse me from heading further down. They do have this ridge side to play around with, which will isolate their position versus excuse me, making this a pretty fair fight. But KONINA Power still have a nice compound for themselves too.
A little bit of strength on the eastern edge. Nexus on their south. Remnants moving in from that south side as well. Need to be worried about the exit from Painan that Major Pride have been holding off on for a while. Isn't going as swimmingly as maybe they would have liked. ARR are seeing to that. Monkey around the wall side. Last player standing, and Major Pride will fall. One knock sent back over towards Tapok, but it's right in the zone, and they should be able to get this res. Gladiators, last player Matic now, standing out in the blue. This will envelop very, very fast and shimmy them on down. As Nexus on the southeast side just managed to get an encampment in the next zone.
This could go well for them as well. I mean, this is a lot of four-man squads still alive. Everyone going for MADBULLS here.
Yes,
moment. The confidence is through.
We're a pretty unanimous desk on the last two games. MADBULLS on the south side will be fending off against Nexus, who not an easy task to do, but if the last couple of games are anything to go by, Nexus might be a little bit easier than maybe they would have been in the last couple of days. There's the first nade actually coming through. Not the nade, the shot from Matic from Gladiators. Still an entrant, and in fact, it's KONINA Power teaming up as well. Matic is dispatched in the meantime. They said, thank you very much for the help. We'll take it from here. They back him off, and the Gladiators will fall down. Shots from KONINA Power doing so much damage over towards... Oh, that's, excuse me, up in the north as well, fighting off against Team GOAT team. That could have gone a little bit better for everyone involved, but either way, surely we'll conclude soon. Doran goes down. So a little nade coming through from KONINA Power on this northern edge.
KONINA Power's not doing too bad for themselves, honestly. Nexus in a really difficult spot. I think they've been finding as well into some later circles, but just have lost a bit of that confidence to play as a team, play as a group. And without that circle on top of them, they do really find it difficult to finish out their games. But again, this is very, very unlikely and an ending for Sanhok, but purely predicated just because they were able to find so many of these compounds that were still in the area, which has allowed four-man squads galore heading towards here, but not for long, as MADBULLS quickly finish off another team.
Nexus fall on the southeast side. KONINA Power now the only full four roster to face up against them, and MADBULLS can start to control on this hillside. We saw the power of the 2-2 split that they had on Erangel. Looks like they're going to try and revisit that, but they do not have the high ground this time around. Zerich flanky downstairs. Spallucci crawls across the top. GOAT team surviving late into yet another game. A good result for them, no matter what. Frozen and Tulika. This scouting duo that's had so much success could get spotted. They're getting hit by the blue quite significantly, I'd say. They definitely see KONINA Power here. Fash just managed to dart into cover. That is such a cruel circle to everybody else in this lobby.
Yeah, this is all but a MADBULLS win there. Fleek able to move back across towards Frozen and Chulika, might provide them a support to move back towards and quickly go. KONINA Power, AAR realize that they're going to have to whittle each other down towards just one team to go against the guys from MADBULLS. Coming off from this hillside, incredibly difficult, and with MADBULLS having a clear position to rotate back towards, this is real difficult. Very cruel, in fact. Elementrix and Becca all move off towards the side, but in the meantime, GOAT can see that too. Horrible position to be in.
Really tough. ARR, that's going to be them done and dusted. Now they take shots from KONINA Power. They're trying to move south at the same time. GOAT team still have 3 players alive, and if they can get an opening knock, then good news. Zerich does go down here. KONINA Power unlikely to last too much longer. MADBULLS, hang on a minute, they're coming apart of the seams again. Frozen, last player standing, needs to stay alive. They are closest to the zone, sure, but KONINA Power are flagging. A GOAT team might be able to do it again. There's definitely a window here. Piper has got that chance at KONINA Power fall. This is going to give Frozen time to get Fleek back up and maybe push down towards the rest of their team, but GOAT team know exactly where these players are moving from. Zerich and Tulika can give this info over. Frozen and Fleek can take shots back and forth between one another, but only this rock to play around is going to make this so hard.
Yeah, I mean, getting up towards here, very important. Tries to throw that grenade to stop them getting too close. Nice first knock here. This rock is so good for them, but Frozen can't get on top of it, and nothing else happens. GOAT will finish that one out. It was all that moment where he fell off the rock, the moss too slippy, and that will be the end of the chance at a win chicken dinner.
But the big news here, Blank, is a back-to-back chicken dinner for GOAT team. This is nuts, right? This is a team that we kind of weren't really seeing anything from. Nothing massive, really. We always knew that they were annoying, that they had that harassment, that stubbornness within them. But today, they have just come out absolutely swinging with a double chicken dinner.
Yeah, really well done to them. And I think that the major difference between them, KONINA Power, as well as AAR, is the patience game, because it felt like AAR and KONINA Power both panicked in that moment, moving down off the sides, and GOAT was very happy to just control that middle center. As soon as they see teams move out, try and get a better position to try and take some shots over towards MADBULLS, they're there, they have the sight lines, they wait for that third party to come in versus MADBULLS as well as KONINA Power. It was all very well done. I think MADBULLS would much have rather that the guys from GOAT had fought KONINA Power in the first place. Again, there was also going on that there was a compound behind MADBULLS that I think any other team would have most likely taken and then just waited for the rest of the teams to come down the mountain and then fought from there. But MADBULLS is not just that team. They're very aggressive. They look for as many eliminations where they can. They hope to catch a lot of them off guard. Unfortunately, a lot of these teams are bringing up the pace, bringing up the power, and I think MADBULLS were just a little bit outmatched 3v1.
Yeah, I mean, it was really unfortunate that they took those L's when they did, but still second place and a massive chicken dinner to convert for GOAT team.
Okay, Max, GOAT team, they are on an absolute rampage. They came into it today and they said, listen, we might be towards the bottom end of the table, but by the end of today, we're going to be on the top. And the mission so far seems to be going pretty well.
Seems like the PMEC teams aren't messing around today. Dagestan 77 got a huge amount of frags in game number 1, and now back-to-back chicken dinner coming out from GOAT team. PMEC teams are here to play and take W after W. And I'm pumped about it because we said it, these teams could be some top-heavy teams if they just get themselves in that kind of good momentum. And it seems like GOAT team now with a back-to-back chicken dinner have reached that kind of momentum. 21 points on the board. And I was checking the numbers just before this one, and they were in 12th position at the start of the day. Before this previous game, they were in 6th position. Chances are they're just going to be below the top 3 leading teams of NEXUS, Muerte, and MADBULLS right after this. That is a huge, massive step up. It's even just saying that seems like an understatement with how good of a day they've had so far. That's mental.
I feel like you're like trying to grasp for the words to use in this scenario, right? Because what MADBULLS has just achieved is incredible to say the least, and they've really pushed themselves forward. A little bit more of aggression maybe that I was expecting teams like Unicorns of Love, from Muerte, I think SHOCKWAVE as well, especially. I mean, we're coming on this map specifically, potentially not everybody's favorite, but The Muerte really today not starting off maybe as much as we expected them to, because yesterday was a break, by the way, Ginny, just so you know. But on play day 3 and 2, the Muerte specifically, they just kind of popped off. I don't know what the magical sauce was that they had, but it seems like this time around Go Team got their hands on it.
Yeah, just a little bit of a chill time, you know, it's fine. We'll give it to them. They had a great first 3 days, so they have a little bit of a layback. But one thing that's actually really interesting in this game is how SHOCKWAVE, very early on in the game, went towards Trifecta. You know as a fact, Trifecta every single day of the week is going to be played by Gladiators, and they just go into it as, I believe it was a 2-2 split or a 2-1-1 split. You're going to lose players for free. So SHOCKWAVE might have to rethink how they approach Trifecta, because that is always going to be a pretty big danger zone for you. And other than that, fights have been pretty interesting over the board. Unicorns of Love taking their good old fight with Beast, leading the charge with this squad. But yeah, otherwise we had some teams still trying to fight for their position. I think teams are still trying their best to adapt to Sanhok with these new circle settings, because it's completely different from what we had in previous seasons. But at the end of the day, still fun times for these teams. Dagestan 77 taking the fight towards Nexus also, and Nexus did get himself some decent presence in that one at the end.
Yeah, a lot of action happening here on EU, but also, you know, there's action happening over on Turkey. That's also something to be checking out, and it's going to bring the question of how these teams are going to be faring up towards the Turkish teams. How are they going to be able to deal with them? Because, as you said it yourself, Max, a couple of the strategies that we've seen coming out from some of these teams, in this case, SHOCKWAVE here, sorry guys, we're picking on you, but we're aware of how the other teams play. We're aware that the aggression is what we can be expecting from them on certain locations on the map. And it feels like even though we've already had those 3 play days, maybe the adaptations are not coming through as quickly as we might expect them to, or maybe might want them to.
I mean, you only had a 1-day break too, right? So I think that after these next 3 days of play, you're going to be having 4-day break.
Yeah.
Teams are going to have time to go back to the drawing board. Potentially, I think there's going to be a few scrims happening for these teams, so we're going to be able to see how that's going to work out. Though I did see at one point during this game, I think Frozen was down to like 13 bullets in his backpack. So that's how aggressive MADBULLS were. They actually almost run out of bullets to shoot with people with. So it was a rough time, but they were able to do the trades. And looking at the play, I mean, today,
what a time to be alive.
Ray and Piper have been popping off. I think right now Ray's got 9 elims on the day and Piper's got 7. And in this game alone, you're going to be seeing one of their players picking up 5 elims. They've really had the step up of a lifetime here, especially Ray.
Yeah, Go Team just like, yeah, we're going to live up to our name today. We're going to make sure that it's one to remember and it's one to be going down. And they're really securing themselves some good points, some elim points, some placement points, everything you need to be able to push your team further up in the standings. And, you know, Vikendi is always something that you want to keep your eyes on. Looking at the match report as well. I mean, is there any time where Frozen is not going to be up on this board? That's all I'm asking at this point.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
That's a quick answer. Okay. There you go. But yeah, you're always going to be having one player up there because MADBULLS have been this hyper consistent team, so I'm not really too surprised about it. But Piper gave himself also 5 elims on that one too. So yeah, a lot of teams are having the step up that we expected. It was the one Sanhok of the day, so teams don't have to go back onto that one. We're going to have one more Erangel, one more Miramar. But interesting for some of these teams, and still the map that SHOCKWAVE apparently want to avoid as much as possible. But I think there's a very easy course of action for them to fix how they play it. So after we have this 4-day break, or after these 3 days of action, I'm hoping we can see some improvements on that battleground.
Yeah, improvements would be something new, but there is another new thing that we can reveal here, and that's going to be skins. So let's have a look at the video and see what's up for grabs. Okay, they were very pretty skins. I think you were more concerned by the tank rather than the skins, but I was...
It's a bloody tanking game? What do you mean? Just pull up on the rotation with a tank? Okay. Don't give that to MADBULLS. I mean, you'll be in real trouble then, but okay. Probably that's a bunch of skins, Janiro, I'm never going to get because my luck is unfathomably bad. So yeah, they're cool to look at, but I will not own them. Sad.
Maybe it's a you thing. Maybe it's not a luck thing. Maybe it's just, you know.
Maybe it's just a me thing. Maybe
Yeah.
someone broke my account. I don't know. Pipe is sad. I'm very sad.
It's bad, man. Well, let's have a look at the overall standings, though. It might cheer you up a little bit because we're going to be seeing a bit more of a change coming through. I mean, MADBULLS and the Muerte. We're not even going to talk about that, but look at a GOAT team. I mean, they are climbing this mountain. It's crazy.
The top three has been pretty much uncontested after day 2. And it was always your MADBULLS, your Muerte, and NEXUS, maybe a little bit of change between MADBULLS and Muerte, but no one has really been able to breach into there. And because of these 2 back-to-back games from GOAT team, they might be the first team to actually shuffle the top 3 for the very first time in this PMPL Europe season. So, man, I'm loving it. GOAT team's been looking good, though. I gotta say, unfortunately, despite me being 50% French, the French Revolution isn't looking as strong as it used to be. The rise up has slowed down pretty significantly. Shockwave does drop off onto the second page, but we've also seen the rise of a few other teams like Major Pride that's been looking a little bit more confident and aggressive from their previous first 3 days.
I mean, as long as you're in like the top 16, you have the chance to go on to Vikendi on the final playday of Phase 1. That's going to be on Sunday. So there's always hope to get a couple of, you know, some of those extra points to just get it on their lock and key. Maybe get that revolution going, add a little bit more to it. But I think we had some expectations coming in today. We highlighted the likes of Unicorns of Love, and especially in that first map, they were so aggressive. And they really, really showed us that they have what it takes, but it's more a matter of are the pieces going to fall into place? I mean, Sanhok was not really where it fell into place for most teams because, I mean, yeah, let's be honest. But we're done with Sanhok for today. The next map is going to be Erangel, and that's also the first map that we played. So maybe Unicorns of Love can replicate that success. They can maybe even do better than they did before. But if you guys want to find it out, we're going to head over to John and Blank, and they'll be walking us through everything.
We are going to be heading into the next match. It will draw inexorably close at the end of this phase, Blank, and sooner rather than later we are going to find ourselves there. But for now, GOAT team, a double chicken dinner. Great news for them. Excellent momentum to be taking into this one.
Absolutely. I think that for GOAT team doing extremely well so far. I think this has been a long time coming, really. There's been glimmers of greatness from this team. Some moments where like Piper on that very first day was absolutely popping off. But I think now they're really coming together as a unit. Feels a lot more teamwork is being involved, a lot more of these intelligent rotations. And we saw that on Miramar, finding a knockover towards MADBULLS, and instead of fully engaging on the fight, they took that chance to get a more pivotal position inside the map of Miramar itself, and that led to them getting that win on Miramar itself. So again, overall, very smart moves at the moment, and I hope this kind of success continues for the rest of the day because, quite frankly, they deserve it.
Absolutely, it's been good to see that development come through, and there's names on the roster that we've seen for a long time as well. So it's great to see them really starting to step forwards. As you said, Piper really leading that charge coming on from those regions. So hopefully keeping that momentum up, keeping that power, as MADBULLS do stretch out their lead towards the top. 171 right now to 147. Obviously, they do have one more game played than De Muerte, which you can eat into that with your extra game that they'll be playing on Miramar towards the end. And as we saw, De Muerte's Miramar performances really quite strong. So not having MADBULLS there will give them a good opportunity to lead into it.
Again, we see this on our map right now with the actual plane path heading all the way on this side. So you have this kind of roadside round here where you'll have vehicles all wanting to be picked up from the meantime. So a lot of teams will be fighting over these before they start to head their way on over towards this side of the map, because again, this is very open at the moment. But as per usual, there will be snakes on the way, which we don't really want to see for a lot of these teams to happen. So you're going to see a couple of teams dropping out, maybe the positions that we don't necessarily see before. But again, a lot of these vehicles hugely contested, meaning that honestly, this side of the map over here will be a little bit more empty for quite some time as we see players start to move over in that direction. But again, there is positions around the map where you can head over towards onto this way, down towards Georgiapol. Fortunately, with this particular circle, there's going to be some really highlighted points around the map, with Yasnaya, Polyana being one of them, Lipovka also being quite the important position on the map there, Nexus with their position in Mill to Power, happy days for them.
early dropouts. Game Lord already grabbing those vehicles in. The Muerte over on the east. Still in the air with two of them. Discrim just about to hit the ground. Dagestan close to Mihi. Limbo Boom not in the garage on the compound, and I think Mihi has isolated that position. A weapon in hand for Limbo Boom, and you might just want to get out of there as fast as possible in the vehicle. He gets the knock, and that's going to change things. That's going to change the pace. You can see he was already committed to just going for that vehicle and getting out of there, but now it's a free flush. You take these points, and Dagestan have not committed to putting anyone else back there. They're just going to give up on that. Excellent news for Unicorns of Love.
Again, this is exactly what we were talking about before, in the sense that a lot of these vehicles are going to be hugely contested. With the circle actually heading up towards that northeast side, it means the area over towards Georgia Paul, Gatka isn't really going to be favored right now. A lot of teams all crunching towards this eastern side of the map means that engagements early on are going to become a big thing. Already you can see Muerte start to move away from Yasnaya. They've actually pushed back towards the outer edges, towards the Lipovka itself, knowing that there's going to be a fair few more teams in this location. Mansion isn't as free as they once thought, and I think a lot of teams especially found out in PMGCs that if you start making this drop over in Lipovka, you do tend to need a lot of these positions around the map to get that scouting done. But when you get a crunched up map like this, you will tend to see teams, players dropping on top of you as three, find themselves a cheeky, easy elimination. So I do love that in the side of Lipovka and Muerte, they have quickly pushed themselves back into a more favorable and defensible spot. On the meantime, there is MADBULLS versus the guys from Unicorns of Love.
Pump action shotgun in hand for Frozen. I think burnt away as well. Underarms a nade down the stairs to slow things down just a little bit. Has to be worried about the outside as well. The rest of the MADBULLS moving in and biding your time, just trying to buy anything you can. One pump down the staircase is good for one, but it is going to be traded off. They slow down with one for this res, and they get the flush through over onto Frozen. Now the rest of the MADBULLS are here to try and enact revenge. Zerich moving forwards first. The Unicorns of Love taking pot shots back their way. Mihi moves forwards to try and break the wave that Tulika and Flique will present towards the Unicorns of Love. Flique goes down first, and Mihi gets value from this position, falls back up the stairs and allows the rest of the Unicorns to come through. Nice discipline on the fight, and now Tulika is left alone in this position with Zerich a little bit more isolated. Mihi moves on in and takes Tulika down and out of the mix. Only Zerich now standing, but he will continue to blast through the windows, trying to thread those bullets, not quite finding any shots there onto Beast, who pops that heal, tries to keep that first aid on board. No stims for Zerich, so he will be staying at that 75 mark unless he can pick something up on the way. But Beat and Mihi now coordinating, trying to move strong. Low ammo, 24 bullets, tripping it down to 17, needs to get the knock onto Beast, but will not be able to find it, and there was pressure from behind as well, forced into the fight that he didn't want to take, and the Unicorns of Love stay alive, but for how much longer? Dagestan are here.
An interesting push there coming through from the guys from Unicorns of Love. Obviously, they had to drop out a little bit awkwardly, did MADBULLS, to get towards Rozhok. And Unicorns of Love took that moment to actually take the engagement to them. So, very good push from Unicorns of Love, able to get up to 3, 5 eliminations total so far for them. So, already a very good game, regardless of where they end up in terms of placement points. And Dagestan moving in on top of them. So, we always knew this area of the map would be incredibly tight in terms of the amount of players who are inside of it, and we've only seen a few teams moving further out towards that western side, including GOAT and KONINA Power. In the meantime, though, quickly and succinctly, Zadira will take down one of the players coming through from Unicorns of Love.
Well, the Zadira might be under pressure as well as Beast suppresses and changes that rotation. Shifu moving up to the rooftops, Keep as well into the ground floor now. Mihi, Noshi, both down. Not res just yet, and underarm Molotov through this window is going to be really, really nicely placed, and actually might tag onto Noshi, does indeed. Beast around the corner, hasn't got Mihi up just yet. Zadira did go down in the meantime, so 2 players active versus 1. Beast has his work cut out for him. Fades away with the Tommy gun to the back building, and they are on the chase now. Keep through the window, but you have too many angles to worry about. The Unicorns fall in the place of the MADBULLS' demise as well.
Yeah, it's a good spray from Beast. He actually took down Zadira on that crossing. So a very, very nice knock there. Unfortunately, not able to translate the rest of it as the teammates around him did fall quite quickly. Dagestan back up to 3 players, I believe it is, after that. Sly Europe might want to get involved with Rozhok becoming a very, very focused part of the map at the moment.
of Haze, rotating, moving a little bit further together, I suppose, or a little bit further north anyway. Grabbing some compounds. Cave yet to get across the bridge from the military island, and actually Major Pride are behind them on this rotate. Just want to pick each other up and get on over. Don't want to waste too much time here trying to guard it out, although Major Pride most likely going to follow this rotation. So you set up a ridge cap on the opposite side, you could get value for it.
Could get value for this rotation. We'll see what they can get done. Obviously, Major Pride, like you said, will struggle if Cave tend to want to stick around this area, around the gas station, potentially set up 2 different checkpoints, but instead they just sail on past. Game Lord happy in Yasnaya. I'm surprised another team didn't actually opt to head towards this position. Yasnaya can quite comfortably hold 2 teams in it if you play across from the roadside from one another. So again, Game Lord get a pretty free start to the game, other than Akashi going down nice and early. 3 players alive, but all of this area still to loot. Team Doom up towards their northeast, holding the Kameshki split. That's Stalber, Kameshki itself, and then 2 players down below. So a little bit of trash loot, but more loot than most. And Shockwave still towards Taverny, but yet anyone to challenge them up there.
VIRTUS.PRO continuing to just shuffle on in a little bit more central on some careful scouting rotations. So it's nice to see them gathering that intel. KONINA Power on the western edge. It did go all the way out towards Georgiapol. You said it was going to be difficult to get there, and they're going to be punished for it because this is a terrible shift for that. Although it does cut out that central river, which is going to mean that teams will be able to just cleanly make that decision and plan certain rotational paths moving forwards.
Circle moving over towards Mansion side. Muerte had a little bit of scouting, but not as much as they might have liked, John, honestly, because with them understanding with the playing path on that side, we said earlier, they instead crunched in on Lipovka itself to try and, you know, ball up, defend themselves against any of those snakes that might be coming through, which MADBULLS, they're a bit overconfident, I think, with the amount of players, the amount of teams coming into this area. They will at least find, I think, 1 player from NEXUS, so they're trying to cut off the support line from NEXUS itself. This is a real interesting play and one I really enjoy.
Scrum actually takes down the vehicle as well, and Muerte roll up behind, but NEXUS have overlook on the position. They will take shots back. Malloy still is alive. Does he have cover from the spots, though? That's the question. Milky Way suppressing. Happy J moving up and into position to try and could put some pressure onto these spots as well. Octavian wants to launch a nade on over. Muerte, they can res here. Stage 2, they can get the res onto Malloy. Milky Way does have the health to be able to do so. Doran goes down to Discrim suppressing position. Now Octavian, last standing, moves up to the rock. Wants a better angle, but Happy J moves up to the same rock as well. Octavian turns tail and does not want to get involved here. Last player standing for NEXUS. They don't want to keep their run going of suboptimal performances without a horn honk coming through from Happy J. He wants Octavian to know that he's coming for him. He's throwing down that challenge. He knows as soon as he hops out, he needs to try and turn and take the fight, but Happy J gets given the old rope-a-dope, but Octavian splits him down.
I mean, that was an overzealous play coming through from Happy J. I think he intended to crash him. Instead, has left him high and dry. Muerte down to 3 players. Not the worst thing in the world to happen for them, but again, I really like that push from them. They'd already done the work that they needed to do, which was to really hamper that rotation coming through from NEXUS. Happy J really did not need to follow at that point. They'd already succeeded in what they needed to do. 1 player wasn't going to cause them much problems in the future, so I think them going down to 3 players, that is unfortunate, but something that they certainly deserved.
Cave into the engagement now. Fash forward position against this aggression. See, there is the off-angle challenge as well going on to the north to try and gain superiority over these sight lines, and Creepy get one with that DBS, does get shut down, traded by Fash on the close-range trade. Influence as well, cut out of the mix, as really not going to have much value from that off-angle at all. Flushes can start to come through, and now Cave are really, really struggling. Only the 1 player left standing on the outside. Can you get an overlook spot? Maybe. Are you going to be able to stop Creepy getting flushed? Probably not.
Palucci, KONINA Power, still cycling around at the moment. Circle up towards that northwestern side, causing some real problems as well, considering this still holds the field in it, which is a nasty area to be in. KONINA Power able to finish off the last players of Cave there. 4 eliminations found, 4 points total. Good stuff for them. SHOCKWAVE moved in from that northern side. Got past Team Doom. Will just be edging in.
Major Pride with GOAT Team to their south. On a hot run right now, GOAT Team staying out in the blue for quite a while, just like their health bars are looking so raggedy. But they managed to find a route of ingress. Fairly unchallenged as well. Not too many sightlines available to players around it. However, moving forwards, they're going to have to skirt probably to the west side of that prison position, unless they want to go for a wide swing all the way up to the north flank. But right now, that west side of prison could be challenged by Major Pride.
Definitely something that could come into play here. A lot of good teams still in this game. We did lose MADBULLS. And one player from Muerte went down, but NEXUS really was struggling. Now just down to Octavian, who has flown direct sensor. SHOCKWAVE, Game Lord, both sharing a position. SHOCKWAVE currently with 4 players, but obviously Akashi going down early does leave Game Lord with a lot to be desired in a full-on team brawl.
They aren't really getting too aggy with one another here. They'll just try and take a slow, steady approach. Octavian, last standing for NEXUS. Only the 1 elimination on the roster as well. So it's not like they can take having had a solid fight and getting a couple points out of this game. No, they need to survive now. So Octavian will be trying to play as sneaky as possible. You can see him hiding between the tires of the buggy. Does give you quite a lot of cover, but unless the buggy's blown out, it won't give you full cover because you can just go up in smoke if a team lights it up. Malloy for Muerte moves up to the Mansion Hill and grabs a corner compound position. And actually, that's in the next zone. So a 1-2 split potentially for Muerte as they leave Discrim and Milky Way a little bit further south.
Difficult to split your team up effectively now for Muerte. They're used to playing with 4 members on side, so these interesting splits don't come into effect anymore, and it feels like they're very confident in them. But they more than likely work when you have 4 players still alive to execute on it, and I don't think they quite have the confidence to play this more crunched up playstyle on the third parties. They much prefer to take control of the circle, again hampered by the amount of players they currently have, where they're very good at keeping 4 members towards the end game. This time around though, even with a successful cut down and lockdown towards NEXUS, this has not gone entirely well for them. Next circle, a little bit difficult again. Just under a quarter cut out by the field. And not a lot of compounds to work with right now.
Avalanche getting a knock sent their way. Trying to trade it off. GOAT trying to find their route into Muerte. Breaking upon their push towards VIRTUS.PRO. Sly Europe are even closer as well. Discrim will go down. And actually, it was the only casualty. VIRTUS.PRO looked like they had a good shot there, but Muerte turn it around and keep all 3 of them alive. Some cheeky little mini 14 taps coming through from Nomi. On towards Unicorn, gets the flush instantly.
Discrim down. Look to pull him back up into action, but Malloy next to fall as Game Lord has sights onto him. Just 1 player left from Muerte. Unlikely to get very much further. Piper, in the midst of all this, sees his opportunity, sails on past. Really, really nicely done there for them. And now provides a landing post for the rest of GOAT to head towards, should they wish to. Though I think that that rotation was saved by the fact that there was shots over the head.
Maybe suppressed a little bit. Nades coming through back and forth. Team Doom. This is on the north side here, close to Game Lord, close to SHOCKWAVE. Team Doom want to push in onto the SHOCKWAVE position. This dual hold of this compound has been going on for a while now. Game Lord and SHOCKWAVE both willing to share in this scenario. Team Doom want to put a spanner into that works. Moving up and are close and actually getting pretty well in the thick of it. Damage sent their way, sure, but yet to take a knock. Finally, Terminus is able to open up with an M249. Plenty of ability to suppress these shots. That's a teammate. You don't want to be taking them down. Terminus now has sightlines on this wall. Team Doom want to push on through. Terminus goes down first. No one to back it up for a refrag. Means that they can push on in on Team Doom with 3 players against 2 from the top rope. But SnowX has got the DBS, breaks the door off its hinges, pulls it apart at the seams, and Team Doom get careened upon. But Game Lord are now throwing themselves into this fight as well. I believe they're pushing in to try and continue that fight. Narvalo underneath on the ground floor, Azer on the top. 1 player now left standing for SHOCKWAVE, trying to stay alive. The DBS was good for 1 team. I don't think it was good for 2. Is that a VSS and a micro Uzi on the top of the building? Don't think that's going to work out close range. Maybe you want to swap out for that auto shotty to your right. I imagine that VSS is going to get traded out, but no, they just reposition.
Love that Robs came in and showed who was boss with the DBS with a headshot going through to SnowX. But again, love that playing peekaboo with the door frame. Azer down to very low HP. Just a tickle will take him down at that point, but overkill for Robs as he hits him with the DBS.
That will be Game Lord with their position on the northeast side conclusively wrapped up. Octavian staying alive. Dagestan as well, moving central, and GOAT team did regroup back towards the southeast flank.
I think GOAT team's still doing pretty well for themselves. Dagestan in a ditch of their own, as well as KONINA Power playing with a very big 1-1-1 split. 4 players all in separate locations, looking to regroup now perhaps. Major Pride as well, getting a little bit further into this game. Major Pride slowly but surely pulling the socks up, I'll tell you that now. 87 points, currently 9th, 10th place. Bloody hell. There's a lot of players there. 87 points for Major Pride, 87 points for SHOCKWAVE, and 88 for AR and Dagestan. So those positions up towards 7th place, very malleable at this point in time. So Major Pride could jump up just a little bit.
Notably, ARR have got an extra game played, and they're not playing in this one. So there is that little bit of an advantage, but still very, very close, as you say. Central positions just being held. Game Lord make their breakout towards Octavian's position. Is spotted, position known, and Octavian will be shut down by GOAT team across the way, who are holding in this compound, which is strong, but moving forwards is going to be difficult to leave.
Would it be perhaps too bold to think that GOAT could go for the 3rd? Sly Europe underneath, Dagestan, KONINA Power all still going strong. But a lot of good teams here. Hard to call it.
Very, very difficult. These positions are tricky to use. I feel like KONINA Power have got a really solid chance here. I mean, look at the cover they have, the position. If they can assuage Major Pride, if they can take them down, I feel like KONINA Power have a really, really good position.
KONINA Power maybe could make this happen. It's a very strong spot. They currently hold a lot of ridge lines around them. Massive amount of sight line ahead of them as well, John. This could be the play.
Certainly could. Stage 5 closing in now as KONINA Power regroup to their roadside. Dagestan split underneath. Game Lord to the north, Major Pride to the south. Sly Europe as well, not with an impossible task ahead of them, but will be very, very tricky. Have got that compound in the zone. Similarly difficult. We've got a split decision here. Me and Max going for the horsies. It's a pretty picture. That's why I went for them. No, of course.
For the goatees.
Horse v goat. Let's see what happens. Palucci backed off his ridge line, but has got that cover to move through. Narvalo could make it a little bit harder, though, with the position on that north side of the road. If he moves up in time, you can see KONINA Power move in for that res. Narvalo needs value for Game Lord.
I hope KONINA Power go down in the next 2 seconds. I can't believe you would doubt the goats this point in time, John. Unreasonable behavior from you. The entirety of the KONINA Power just move off. Major Pride round the edge. They don't want to move too much further out. Smokes down for GOAT. Difficult land mass ahead of them to move across, but I've got to respect them. I'm going to push them as far as they can go with the little amount of confidence that my prediction gives them.
Narvalo and Victor really doing so much to slow down KONINA Power's progress of controlling this zone. Next shift will come through and really decide a lot of what's going to happen. Okay, that's pretty tricky. GOAT team happy with this shift. It's hard southeast, keeps them in. They can stay inside if they want to.
Oh yeah, I see how it is. Game not stopping KONINA Power from getting through. That is not how it works.
It is how it
all
works.
part of the game.
Look at how it's working right now.
You
It's
can't say that
what they're doing. I'm saying it. You can't stop me. I've said it.
Oh, you're just trying to blame your prediction on a separate factor, which is the fact that the teams have to fight, and that's what this is about. It's a team fighting game at the end of the day.
predicted them too. Blame him.
Yeah, well, I'm blaming Maximus just as much, but he's not trying to say that Game Lord ruined their chances, is he?
Oh, did ruin their chances. They so ruin their chances right now.
Again, crossing this road can be very tough for both these teams. KONINA Power get across quite easily. We've got Agorism. Fash also wants to move through. Go do not want to relent on their position right now. They love the idea of this wall, but look ahead of them. Look how simple it is to just watch over this side. And as soon as KONINA Power, Game Lord all crest this ridge, they're going to be in easy sight lines for the guys from Go. But the circle does provide a bit of time for the guys from Game Lord and KONINA Power. They don't have to quite crest this ridge just yet, as much as GOAT would like them to.
Dagestan surviving is kind of proving tricky. All of these three teams on the northwestern side have to figure out how to move on in. It looks like Effect will be first to put a toe in, but pretty swiftly backed off there. Sly Europe still have the edge of their buildings in with a crate there and a lot of cover, so Sly Europe still very comfortable for now, but the next circle probably much less likely to be so. KONINA Power moving up, want to take this challenge. This ridgeline is still very, very strong, but Victor kind of has that sideswipe position still. Game Lord will not let them go. Agorisen just getting that heal off as well. Victor will have to move right in by the blue, tuck it forwards, and now KONINA Power can commit to this ridgeline.
There is one other team that we haven't really touched upon so far, and that is Sly Europe. And by no means they're not in a good position. KONINA Power and Major Pride, though, they're in a position to take arms to one another at the moment. Effect with a nade, looks to toss it over the top, gets just a little bit of information, and might be able to toss it down and find at least one.
Effect very close and in this smoke. They need to be careful. Nomi breaks out wide, hits the deck and stays alive for now. Really important position. The DBS not quite finding it, but there is the trade and it's good. Palucci looks for more for KONINA Power, but they're only down to one now. Effect is here, and a nade over the top could bobble through and ruin KONINA Power's day, but it will not find the knock just yet. One nade now left for Effect as Narvalo rolls on in, and it's Game Lord to roll through and play spoiler yet again. They've just rolled him straight down and moved straight into the fight. Sly Europe are here to play as well, as they are into the back of the bush coming through. And Narvalo is going to get knocked on the forefront. KONINA Power crunched away. And now Major Pride have another set of players to deal with. Effect, they don't even see him. Game Lord are just going to let him get the knock onto Victor, play spoiler to it. Rob's now further forwards. And this might be Game Lord going down as well as Major Pride stay alive. Sly Europe have just borne witness to crazy chaos of unknown proportions, and Effect is still alive here.
There really was only one team that was going to escape alive from this position in the first place. Finds one, has to find a little bit more. Robs takes a shot in mid-air, and it won't find anything as it pierces the smoke, but will not pierce through to Sly Europe. But Effect still going. The MVP from last season looking so incredibly strong and has weathered the storm here. 8 eliminations for Major Pride so far, and GOAT really don't have to do anything. Me and Janiro both believed in the GOATs, and the Hoof Steps are starting to rampage and stomp as we look towards the end of the game, in which case GOAT may have not done anything but hold out on this position, but it's enough.
Look, I'll give you the last 2 games for GOAT, but this one, as you said, they really haven't had to do anything other than just take a shot or two every now and again. This is all...
Oh, it was so intelligent, the positioning they made, though. The rotation to this strong spot on the map, knowing that this teams would have to push through the roadside. Look how they positioned themselves. It's incredible.
Yeah,
now watch this shot. Oh, there's nothing found. Watch this one, though.
Oh,
there it is. Yeah.
50th time's the charm on the magazine. Excellent.
Whoa.
What?
Oh, don't say that about my boy, Ray. Turning into 7 now.
All I'm saying is, nade trade.
No!
Let's go.
I like that, nade trade. That one you wanted to be on the other hand of, but oh well. Endorphin moves up. Looks like they're going to start to spread their influence just a little bit, but already losing Alf is not great for them. Luckily, Dagestan is just down to 1, so typically a 1v1 here with absolutely no space to work with.
I hope they lose now. I hope Go Team lose, now that you've said that.
I can't. Look, it's 3 versus 1 and 1.
Yeah, Shifu's really good.
He is actually very good, I won't lie, but he is
It's
taking
true.
damage from Sly.
That's, yeah, sure, but he's getting healed up, and Sly Europe are going for the res, so a little bit more time. Piper sends forward, Shifu to challenge. Endorphin as well for the backup. Piper needs to get this knock, will not be able to do so on the first sidestep on the buggy. Turn around for a spray, and Shifu may be able to hit it. Endorphin is low, there's a nade in hand if he wants it. Oh, gets knocked through across the way! Oh, let's go! Go team down to 1! Sly Europe are getting challenged out, and it's Ray from the inside of the compound still there. 1 player versus 1, and the res potential for Sly Europe, and for the first time, I don't know why I'm celebrating. I shouldn't celebrate Goat Team going down here. That's pretty mean. Unfortunate for them, but they have been in this compound for so long. This is the first maneuver they've had to make, and they have fluffed somewhat. Not really having any opportunity to make power work for them. Sly Europe actually not able to stop this rotation, and res potential onto Piper.
Yeah, I mean, that vehicle can be exploded, though, so they have to be just a little bit careful. Endorphin's providing information back. Blue will push Sly Europe in, and the thing is that they've created some kind of cover with these vehicles, which is the most important part. Oh, it hurts, it hurts!
I think there was out of ammo on the Groza there, but there's the shots from Mandarin. The M4 will have an extra magazine in the back pocket. Efficiency and the ammo capacity for Sly Europe here. Both of these teams were holding the compounds on the outside. Endorphin will be funneling this information back over. No more, though. The UMP finds the shots. Another res over onto the GOAT team camp. Keeps Ray back in it. Piper might be able to spot one. No, duck back. GOAT team are not in the zone just yet, but lighting up another knock here. Leaves themselves as 2. Gets that first aid to start channeling. And only 24 bullets left on the M4, but isn't going to need all of them to take down Piper. And Ray now left in a 1 versus 1. Can he move forward to deny this res? Because playing against 2, it's going to be almost impossible here. I wonder if they have the ammo to sustain, though, because it was looking very, very threadbare in the backpacks of the Sly Europe squad. Spots both of them, knows there's a heal going off, knows he's slow, launches a nade under his feet and takes 1. Ray now in a 1 versus 1, knows Mandarin's by the crate as well, getting all the info and giving none of it. Nade behind the tree, spots that rotation perfectly, but just falls the nade short. 4 still in hand, though. Ducks out wide, hits another one towards the tree, and that one's going to be on the target. Sure, no! He's not going to find that. 2 in hand for Mandarin, jumping for the spot. Will not get it. Needs to find it before, but how on earth are they trading that one off? GOAT team survive, and okay, they close it down in the end, but it got real hairy for a triple chicken dinner for GOAT team.
That was terrifying. I love that GOAT team's all rocking the goatees as well. I mean, that's just on point. I love it. But yeah, that's the triple right there. Triple chicken dinner in a row, which is very, very surprising to see, especially this early into the tournament. And GOAT is looking good. I mean, that end game was a bit tricky, but the fact that they were able to weather that storm anyway and keep it going forward. And I think that, you know, I would say Sly Europe did a great job, constantly threatening those reses, constantly tossing grenades backwards, but they just had absolutely no resources left in the pocket. And the fact that GOAT was able to accumulate so many nades towards the end there, which is probably what was able to bring them back into the fold. So very, very well done to GOAT overall. And I think that that could have gone very, very badly if there was just 1 nade found, if just 1 more knock went through, John.
Maybe. I mean, getting across to get that res was absolutely pivotal on the vehicles to keep GOAT team in the running, and somehow, some way, they get 4 or 5 shifts and then win from the compound. Who'd have thought it? Either way.
Yeah, very difficult.
We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with the desk.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you.
Go team, they are pulling off the hat trick. 3 wins in a row, 3 chicken dinners. I mean, Max, I did not expect this coming in today. Did you?
No, because back-to-back chicken dinners, though they can happen every once in a while, back-to-back-to-back chicken dinners. Now, that's a kind of a different beast when you go into PUBG Mobile. That is a strong presence. I mean, Janira, we kept talking about it, right? These PMEC teams, we've been talking about Dagestan 77, we've been talking about GOAT team, but they just made a statement today that PMEC teams, they mean business. They mean big business. They want the big money here.
They're not here to play. I mean, they are here to play, but they're here for like serious stuff. Placement points 10. They had 5 elims as well on the board. Not as many elims potentially as we've seen from them from the last 2 games, but the way that they ended that, Max, woof, a nail biter.
Well, I think you can say it. They're not here to play. They're here to play.
Yeah,
you know, that's what we have from GOAT team. It's been such a strong resurgence, and Ray and Piper in particular, what a duo they've been shredding it today. I mean, for MVP of the day, it's all going to be Ray or going to be Piper. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Piper, but Ray really put on a clinic this game. A little bit low, unfortunately, some teams not getting good results. MADBULLS, a little bit of a dry spell, but you know what? It's MADBULLS. They'll bounce back. They will be A-OK. Though, we said if there's one team that's going to be competing to take away one of those top 3 spots, it's going to be GOAT team, with another chicken dinner now added to their tally. Top 3 is going to be in complete shambles after this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we kind of came into this and said, yeah, we're not going to be looking at the top 3. We got to know who's going to be sitting there. But no, GOAT team really said, hold my monster energy because we're going to show you exactly what we can do. I mean, again, going up against Sly this time around. Sly doing a bit more damage, but everything else seems to be quite consistent.
Yeah, everything's been looking quite consistent for them overall. I do like the way that Sly have been rotating around the map in particular. I think that we'll have a telestration to try and break down exactly the move of Sly and, of course, of Game Lord. So he's going to have to jump. Actually, I think it's going to be happening right now. So I'm just going to jump in telestration to display exactly what's been happening. Even though we're not on the exact circle I wanted to potentially display on, but I just want to focus majorly on how the map was working out. Because as you know, in this type of terrain, you've got one position which is extremely, extremely strong, which is going to be all of this terrain here. It's a really strong ridgeline just above the road, and it gives you so much good overview on pretty much all of this terrain you're going to be seeing on the side where the teams like Sly are currently playing, where GOAT team are currently playing. So what you see later on down the line is that you're going to be having so many teams rotate. So normally I think you had Dagestan fighting with the side of KONINA Power, and what teams understood is we don't want to play in a terrain that's low ground, that has really no hiding spots. So 2 teams did a really smart move later on down the line, which ended up being Game Lord, which went for the wide rotate, third party onto Dagestan and KONINA Power, but also a team that is not known for speedy rotations was actually the side of Sly, that did a very similar rotation, and you had a 4-way clash on that ridgeline position to try and get access to the high ground position, get all the information that will be granted off the back of such a strong position under your control. So overall, the game was really good, but the flex out from the side of GOAT team was also on par, and they just go for that 2-2 split. Ray and Piper are just very scary to deal with. So yeah, good terrain knowledge from Game Lord and Sly, but the gun power of GOAT team was better here.
Yeah, with the nades as well, throwing them behind the tree. I mean, landed eventually. But Max, how was your trip to the Telestrator? Welcome back.
It's good. Thank you. It's good. I was on the map and I was doing the drawing, which I can't draw. I tried to take manga lessons for like 2 years, but it didn't work out, as you can see.
Yeah, keep practicing. Yeah, maybe one
try.
day. Okay, looking at top damage dealers, that's also the interesting part, right? GOAT specifically not really the top damage dealer this time around. I mean, they've been hovering in the top 5 for the last couple of games, but it just goes to highlight that for them, it's just doing the killing blow. They're not out there to do as much damage. They're just out there to get the points in the bag and get the chicken dinners.
Hey, we got the point system changed, and now is instead of 15 points per chicken dinner, it's 10. But GOAT team just out here saying, "Hold my placement points, boy!" Like we truly making a statement in terms of how we're playing this one. Because if you get into the late game and you get in strong positions, like we've seen GOAT team doing, the eliminations are just gonna come flowing in on their own, really, and that's what's been going out so far for GOAT team. So I am truly impressed with how they've been playing this one. Even in bad positions, technically, they can make things stick and work out. So yeah, and John just told us, actually, this was not even their last game. They've played 3 matches. Out of their 3 matches, 3 chicken dinners. There is a world where they do 4 chicken dinners in a row heading on our last game here on Miramar. If they make it happen, they're making history. I don't think that's ever happened in Western Europe, now Europe, ever. So maybe GOAT team will be a first.
Wow. I mean, who knows? Listen, for us to strap in and watch that one, we're going to need a little bit more energy. So for that, I'm going to be calling out Monster Energy. Thank you for sponsoring this and making it possible. How's your Monster Energy been, Max?
It's empty. It's gone.
Oh.
I'm truly powered up, and so is GOAT team. I'm sure they drank maybe one of these. Yeah. Maybe 2. I mean, Go team, the way that they've been playing this has been absolutely clinical down to the T. Even in, you know, the ending of that last game specifically, we were a little worried, a little shaking. And what did you say earlier? They started off as 12th today. I mean, they're 3rd now, Max. They started off in 12th, and now they're up in 3rd. The top 3 is an absolute shambles, Janine.
Oh, absolutely.
Whoa, and they're not going to stop there. They're gunning for Muerte or MADBULLS position currently. Like, they could make it happen. It's still a pretty big drop-off from 2nd to 3rd, but with results like that, anything really could be happening. You still got so many matches that need to be played. For them, they still have, where's that going to be? They have themselves 9 matches yet to be played. So in 9 matches, a lot could be happening with a lead like this. So GOAT team, pretty scary team, and KONINA Power actually able to crawl their way up there on the first page, but some fall off of SHOCKWAVE is still happening, unfortunately.
Yeah, SHOCKWAVE and Unicorns of Love are, as well as Gladiators, really hovering towards the lower end of the table, which is a little bit concerning. But I mean, we still have 2 more play days. We still have another map today. And as we've seen with GOAT team, just because you're starting the day as 12th doesn't actually mean you're going to finish the day on 12th, is it, Max?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be gonna have a lot of changes you can expect from some of these squads. So we'll see how things are going to be shaping out. Though towards the bottom, not too much movement. I still don't want to see, KASIK team going for the early drops, but I don't think that they're going to listen to me. So I've tried. Can't tell me I haven't tried, but I don't think it's going to work out, at least for this phase. But we had some really interesting games today, and teams that we didn't expect to get themselves back-to-back wins made it happen. So I believe no matter what's going to happen, I'm going to be predicting GOAT team for this one purely because I want to see 4 chicken dinners on a day. That would be great. That would make history.
I mean, we have it right live. Clip it, ship it, save it, keep it. If he's wrong, tweet it at him. It's at MaxMan. Is that 3D or 30?
It's 30.
Why 30?
Good question.
Never mind. Okay, I guess. Well, maybe that's the amount of chicken dinners in total that GOAT team is going to be getting.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I've never got 30. I keep losing to bots. I don't know what to tell you. It's not going to be happening.
Let's have a look at our predictions from last map as well, because we were sitting here biting our nails towards that finish because, let's be completely honest, we didn't really know what was going to happen. I mean, Blank and myself, let's go. We went for GOAT team. We were actual believers. I mean, John right now is saying that his friendship with NEXUS is over. GOAT is now his best friend. I'm sure he's going to be voting for them as well. But then, Max, the question comes, are we going to cast or curse them?
To be honest, normally I was feared as the caster curse man, but I have not cursed too many teams in like 6 months. So I'm gonna still go with my prediction of GOAT team and see if they can get himself the 4th chicken dinner on the day, because it's been looking fantastic so far. But no caster curse allowed. They've been too powerful. It's not gonna impact them. It's fine.
Yeah, it's not just powerful, it's the consistency that we're seeing coming out from GOAT team. I mean, time and time again, they're making sure that they're getting themselves in these perfect positions, and you're trying to contest them for some of that high ground, or for any ground for that matter, and you're paying with your life, and that's a scary situation to be in. So looking to see whether or not they're going to be able to keep that momentum and build it into the final map of the day, as we're going to be heading over with our casters, Blank and John. Who knows? We might caster curse them themselves.
Hopefully not, but I feel like what we can draw away from this is that it was in fact Jason who caused Max to curse all these teams, right? Because now in this new season, it seems like Max is on point with these predictions.
Yeah, pretty good. Not as good as me, though, right now, obviously. Me and Janiro with the GOAT team, it's just too good. It's too easy, man. It's too easy to predict these teams. But overall, we are now going into our next map right now, which will be Miramar, Happy Days, the deserts. And I think that what we can predict quite easily is that Excuse Me and KASIK team will most likely be dead within the first 5 minutes of the match.
Yeah, you would expect. You would expect. Maybe not both. At least one of them. At least one of those two teams.
No, both.
Right?
Both.
You think both?
Yeah, both.
To be fair, we've
good.
seen this Picardo standoff last until like 15 minutes into the game before, when the blue zone's already there.
I think it's going to be pretty much immediate. Yeah.
Both?
Both is good.
Both is good.
I'm just looking whether they're actually playing.
They are both playing. I did check.
I was pretty sure they were both playing, but you know, I had to make sure, you know. But heading to the game very, very shortly. Obviously, Miramar has been a very fun map today. It's been a fun map throughout the entire season. You know what? PUBG Mobile is fun. Pogi Wogi is the best. Okay, that's what it's all about. That's what I'm here for at the moment. But yeah, this is what my illustration will consist of right now as I bring the nice little images to your screen.
Very nice.
This will be it right now. Look, wait. Look.
Oh,
KASIK team.
Oh.
Excuse me, team.
Excellent. They are
Excellent.
both here.
They are both indeed here. And do you want to see something else really, really cool?
Ready.
This is where they will be going. Look at that. Picardo. Now, I am bringing some real neat tools to the business right now at the moment. You know I'm slick with it. But yeah, honestly, this is a fun map so far. We've seen some interesting finishes, obviously over towards Monte Nuevo as well. Although it looks tiny now, where they did actually end up over in Monte Nuevo, where we did see Muerte actually fail to this high ground. And this is the thing, is that a lot of times, you will see particular high grounds around the map which are very, very strong. You know, you have this position up here, this one here, obviously in El Azahar, this position here. These are all really, really great positions. However, more often than not, you will start to see stuff like this, which is a position that's right on this side of the map where you can move down from greater fields. It's on the low ground, but gives you a lot of confidence in terms of being able to move from that area. So these sorts of positions that don't typically give you a lot of strength in the early game can tend to bring you a win towards that late side. KASIK down to 2. The prediction, is it real?
Or is it just going to be one team going down, right? Because if it's just one, then you're not right. Because you said both.
I had 5 minutes. I've got 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, the time has already started. You see, it's already two of those minutes eaten into.
No. This is 2 minutes until stage 1 starts to pull in. We don't have our typical timer anymore, sadly, which I did enjoy quite a bit, but you know, now we have to guess, we have to assume. So I'm currently counting down from 5 minutes in my head. We're down to...
You've already had at least a minute and a half.
Yeah, we're down to 3 minutes 39 in my head.
Yeah.
So I got a bit more time. I got a bit more time to work with here. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm worried.
We'll run some final tests.
I'm very, very worried. A lot of teams actually going kind of on this northwestern side. El Pozo for Duck Project. You've also got Muerte, who did drop in Monte Nuevo last time, retaining that position. So the move south for Gladiators from La Coperia could be pretty tricky. Also, taking a look at where GOAT team are to try and make their miracle run is south, down in Miramar Prison and Los Higos on a very wide split.
Indeed.
There, 2-1-1.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a little bit more of a look at that shortly. But in the meantime, let's look towards that northeast side of the map. Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca, Team Doom all heading up towards this side. So a lot more spaces around the map being taken up at the moment. Major Pride down towards Chumacera, Mias da Valle. So nice position for them to continue on with. And Dark Project again in El Pozo alone with MADBULLS not playing on this map. And Muerte down towards Montenuevo, keeping things clean. KASIK team, as well, excuse me, come on. Mutual destruction!
KASIK down. Okay, now excuse me, a ticket away. So you're down to what, like 3 minutes?
It's 1 minute 49.
1 minute. You're just making this up now.
No.
Just saying numbers.
No.
No.
Not at all.
Oh, look at the quick draw fight. That's cool.
Oh, he pistoled him down with the,
I like that.
with the
It was a
horse
quick
head
draw
on.
fight for both of them. I think he had a pistol as well.
Honestly, this feels like something out of John Wick, you know, with the horse head on and stuff. That's what I'd expect to see.
That's yeah.
Good stuff.
Classic, excuse me, maneuvers.
1 minute 11.
Okay, it's not happening.
There's still time. Avalanche is on the way. They're on the way.
Why don't you talk about the map some more?
Well, I would like to talk about the map, and we'll talk about the map in a sec. I'm just waiting for the opportune time. Okay. I can't believe you relegated me to map analyst. That is my job, actually. Yeah. That is actually my job, sadly.
Well, you know what? It's very valuable. It's very important. I feel like, to be fair, map analyst just means analyst.
Yeah. Analyst of things happening outside of the peripheries.
That isn't a Picardo fight.
Yeah, exactly. But still interesting. Interesting stuff going on around the map. Indeed, Unicorns of Love down towards that southeast side. La Bandita. Map analyst initiate. Here we go. Back in here. Obviously, we talked about this earlier. We weren't able to quite get the full scope of it. But looking down on this side, we did have this split going on, which was rather nice. And it's one that I particularly do enjoy because you get a lot of looting areas, specifically here, down towards Los Higos and up towards Valle de Mar. But it also gives you a very efficient path of getting out of here up towards Montenuevo and El Pozo. So I think for GOAT, we talked about this particular thing earlier on, and going for this type of actual drop spot, which gives you a lot of space around the map to work with, but also bigly keeps you out of contest with a lot of these teams up in this direction. So it's a great place to be in, and one that I particularly enjoy, and it's one that we haven't seen a lot of teams actually utilize. So it's great to see that GOAT is, pulling out some new things from the pocket so far.
I feel like any time we've seen a circle cut into the western side of the map, it's the teams that can rotate freely on that western edge that have come out on top. I don't think I can recall a Miramar where that hasn't happened, unless, you're going over to Impala and Tierra Bronca or that side of the map. It's a really valuable, you're right, really, really valuable area of the map to have access to.
Yeah, it's only when people start dropping down there with you that it becomes a big problem, because on that 2-2 split, you don't have a massive amount of time to regroup over towards Valle de Mar. But if no one else is dropping down here, which GOAT has certainly identified, then there's no reason not to head towards that spot. It provides you with so much loot and so many opportunities and possibilities going forward to get up towards the northern side of the map that there's no reason not to take this position. And again, this was always going to happen as the tournament went on, that we saw more and more of these positions around the map be taken up. But it's just nice to see that these teams are actually heading towards them quite early on and identifying them as the games are going on indeed. So this is not a change that's happened between tonight and tomorrow. This has happened on the fly.
Of Hayes moving away from Purple, getting assassinated by Creepy from Cave. Creepy, I think, is probably the MVP of the roster so far on Cave. Certainly sat highest in the MVP rankings right now by quite a way for anyone else on the roster. He's in the, I think that's top 10, or no, just outside the top 10. In 11th place overall across the entire lobby sat for Cave, which is interesting given Cave's general sort of overall position, which isn't sat in the best of favors. It's 15th place out of the 20 in the lobby. So good news for him, bad news for the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think for Cave, we did see them get some pretty good finishes over on Sanhok, and that was mainly due towards It was quite cheeky plays they made, which was trying to become neighbors with the strongest team in the lobby most of the time, and then just hoping that that kind of led towards their victory, in which case they could be almost like vultures. But I do think that, you know, they've played out their gameplay not too badly, and they've not fell down on their knees during this tournament. You know, 70 points is still respectable considering 6th places with 99. That can all change very quickly. As Janiro was mentioning, you know, you can start in 12th place today and then end up in 3rd very easily if you can put your mind to it, which is exactly what GOAT Team has done.
Unicorns of Love up against KONINA Power, who have had a little more power today, I think, than they've had in the last couple. Horse with horn or horse without horn? Better? Only one way to find out. Let's pit them against each other. 2 players down for Unicorns of Love, 2 down for KONINA Power. So it is a pitched 2 versus 2 right now. Beast playing on the ridgeline close to his teammate. Zero right underneath, and KONINA Power with kind of sideswipe positions here. Palucci moving back, but teammate gets knocked out. Fortunately, Miki does go down on the off angle, but there is a trade. Nice resurgence there, and 2 players down for the Unicorns of Love means that they can move in against just the one. And it seems like the horn makes all the difference. Blank, Unicorn better than basic horse.
That's correct. You know, horse with skin versus default horse. Horse with skin obviously comes out on top every single time. Fortunately, horse with skin cannot do the two-wheeler in the bus. That is something outside of its capabilities with only the default horse has access to. Cave, looking over towards VIRTUS.PRO. Default bear.
Let's stop.
Actually, polar bear, sorry.
Yeah, bear with skin.
Bear with skin. Yes, of course. I human with skin. This is just getting wrong at this point in time. Anyway, back to the game.
Who is the most default human skin in the broadcast team?
Probably Max.
I think it might be between me and Jason.
Actually, no. I think you're probably most. You're quite default. Yeah. Default human. Jason's too tall to be considered default human, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
He's got a lot going for him.
He's excluded. He barely counts as human. He's so tall.
Exactly. You've got the brown hair, the brown eyes, though, so you're default skin.
True.
Oh, hello, PNL.
Where did he come from? What a sight-line. His teammate was like, oh, I'm going to carefully line up this shot. He's like, I'm here!
It's the fact that he perfectly parked it into the wall too. That was pretty incredible stuff. Enjoyed that greatly. PNL does finish off the rest of Muerte.
An Uber Eats driver or a delivery driver.
Absolutely. I think I'd be terrified though if he broke through both of my doors in the front room.
Got your chicken.
Yeah. Please leave a review. 5-star only.
5 stars, bye.
Yeah, and then suddenly escaped. I mean, I would have to pay for some bills after that, but, you know, at least I'd be getting my Uber Eats fairly speedily. On the other hand, looking towards Avalanche, I thought that would be fatal. Well, luckily, it was not for Alicio.
Landed on the bike. Maybe that had something to do with it.
That bike is magical at the end of the day. Looking towards the northern side, we are heading up towards water treatment, Crater Fields. Go is coming in through Monte Nuevo. Again, we mentioned that rotational path earlier on. Muerte have found themselves up against a couple of tricky scenarios today, and I don't think it has helped because that Miramar, where it felt like it really should have been a win for them, it's knocked their confidence, man. I really do think it's knocked their confidence in a large way. And they have become quite scared to make some big plays. And again, going versus Nexus, that confidence loss really affected them because, you know, they went for a very, very strong play versus them and then tried to get a little bit more out of it, which I don't think was necessary. And I think, you know, Muerte at the beginning of the day wouldn't have gone for that. They'd gone for a smarter move. I've just got a notification from Uber.
They heard you.
They heard me. Oh dear. I was a bit worried. I don't like that.
They heard 5 stars and they were like, us? Me?
Us?
So needy. Oh dear.
I'm hungry now.
VIRTUS.PRO. On the north side.
At least I get a chicken dinner at the end of this.
Yeah, probably. Is GOAT, though? That's the question, right? Are they going to be able to quad up on the southwest side? They are currently right on the southwest side with Avalanche their southeast, Major Pride a little bit further in as well. The central road that is kind of a defining feature of this circle does contain mostly southern positions of it, which is where GOAT do reside, but Cave kind of in the middle of those southern positions.
Yeah, I think that they're currently up on the ridge side, which is nice for them. Unicorns are trying to break their way on through. They did lose a player or so, excuse me, trying to rotate alongside with them. Mickey down, one of the stronger members inside the squad, but Zero tries to send one of the players away, Furia, back towards the rest of his team. This could be a nice nade, actually. With the exclusive players all kind of grouped up in this position, you expect, at least one nade to do some damage, but just throws it completely wide.
Wrong direction. Why don't you see this X-ray that we see, Zero? Come on. It'd be so much easier to hit nades.
No, I mean, Furia was swinging back around to the rest of his team, so I don't know why he would assume that they'd stop on that side. I mean, this is typically where you would play, right? Again, hindsight is 20/20. My hindsight is X-ray, though, like you say.
Could be,
that's true.
Could be trying to spot out any players playing further to the right on that position, rather than doing damage, getting intel. Might be valuable. Either way, the Unicorns of Love don't want to push onto it, and it will allow them to move into this divot here, which Miramar is rife with, especially this area to the south of Power Grid.
Yeah, it's a nasty position to be in. A lot of times you can find yourself in what seems to be an excellent position that suddenly turns out to be quite a terrible one indeed. Go over on that western side, moving through the divots and ridges of Miramar. This is one of the more horrible locations in the map, I'd say. There's a lot of areas to play around. This particular location does provide a lot of usefulness towards Shockwave, but again, difficult to pinpoint a player. And with Tapok being an absolute problem causer, see how much further he can get.
Shockwave with 2, Tapok only on his own and does get spotted, goes for 1, tries to transfer spray, but there's backup coming through from ARR. Last player, Terminus, will survive and get the final blow to ARR, but that is going to slow Shockwave down. Something awful with the blue zone as it is. It's going to be tricky. The circle shifts hard up north, over towards Muerte, towards Gladiators as well. They've been fairly quiet up until this point.
Yeah, not got too much done today, honestly. I think for Muerte, with 2 players, this is kind of a Hail Mary situation, but Goat are sending in quite quickly up towards that northern side. Dark Project have eyes downwards. They've got a nice bit of high ground, but looks like Goat's going to try and crash onto that position that Muerte is currently holding. Gladiators should have sightlines, though.
It's a very bold crash from Goat. Are they even going to crash onto Muerte's position or just try and hold in a position close by? Either way, Cave on our screens right now, trying to fend off Unicorns of Love, who are pushing in. Unicorns of Love, they have had success in these engagements before, but this time around it's going to be too much. Losing 1, Cave stay alive, but on the outside it's excuse me from the south side. In the meantime, over on the north, Goat are suffering here. Gladiators are moving in. However, Goat have managed to res up to 4, and they've got themselves a slice.
Yeah, they're a bit crunching at the moment. I think that perhaps they're hesitant to head towards a compound that Muerte is currently holding, assuming that there will be a 4-man team in there. It is odd at this stage of the game that a 2-man squad has been able to hold onto that spot for so long. Major Pride, Avalanche, this is a real tricky bit of area to actually navigate. A lot of Molotovs needed, a lot of nades required. This is going to really spend the resources of both of these teams, which might come back to bite them later on.
Might do, indeed. CJ goes down, nade over the top by Nomi. Actually, it was shots from the UMP, but Nomi stays on the rooftops too long and gets spotted out as Avalanche taking those shots over their way. But 2 players down now for Avalanche. A flush nearly coming through onto Nomi, and Woodson will put the skates on, needing a res, but won't be able to do so. Major Pride lose a player confirmed. Flush, PNL, CJ down, Elisio and Woodson. Teams, players that we've seen for a year or 2 now in this region, trying to get something done as a duo against Major Pride. Effect moves forwards, gets knocked first. Woodson is traded off, and now it's just Elisio. Needs to be careful because Cave is here as well. They're just dodging around these buildings. And at the end of it all, they're going to have to leave this compound. It's going to be really, really difficult to move forwards. Yen still active, still fragging, but Elisio wants the challenge. Jump out wide around the edge, but the blue zone's here.
Smart move from Yen to keep Elisio on the offensive, pushes him in towards the blue. A couple of shots hit him. The reload's there. Elisio just round the side, clips it, and will move outwards. Such an important elimination as well, because a lot of the knocks hadn't gone through as of yet. So even if he goes down now, at least Alicio picks up 6 eliminations for his troubles, giving them 7 total now. Team Doom also suffering down to Dagestan all the way on this eastern edge, whereas we still have GOAT, Muerte, and Gladiators all holding in a fairly safe position up towards that northwest side.
It's looking pretty good for GOAT, all things considered. 4 players alive. They managed to get a good crash up to the north side in an unoccupied building. Dagestan playing from this east, trying to move in. Gladiators on that wide spread. I like their hill position, and this next circle keeps a lot of that strength in there. But a lot of the teams on the south most likely going to try and push into that eastern block of it.
Yeah, quite difficult though for a lot of these teams on the south side. Crossing that road is real tough, which is why we saw GOAT manage to do it so early. Notice there wasn't a lot of engagements on that western side, so it took to check their chance to get across the road itself, which led to their chicken dinner over on Miramar earlier on in the day. Will it lead to it again here, making them 4 for 4 on the day, the max amount of chicken dinners you can earn in one day of play?
It would be quite spectacular. I think GOAT team, they started today on 63 points with a good finish here. That could be all they need to over double their points total from the last 3 days of play in day 4.
Which would be crazy, but it feels like they've really found their footing. It's not been a case of like GOAT getting lucky a lot of times.
Except for that last match.
No, that was all skill.
Oh yeah.
But again, it feels like they've really just decided on how they want to play this one out, where they want to go, how they want to play some of these circles. They're very good opportunity takers, I'll put it that way, because they see a little opening and they will take it instantaneously, no hesitation. So the communication within the team is really good. So it might just be a case of a very, very good team of what it seems to be friends that agree on the same thing when it comes down to it. So I love the way the GOAT's playing right now, because it feels less like a group of 4 members and more like a team of 4 members.
Okay, I believe you. I agree.
Mates and teammates are very different.
That's true. That's true.
Mates stay at home whilst you do all the work.
Teammates, they go with you, ride or die. And it seems like that's what the crash was up and towards the north of this circle. At the moment, GOAT team really in a strong spot to predict them to go for the win. But Gladiators still with that hillside control that I spoke about earlier, definitely a threat. You can see the high ground that is occupied right now by Matic in a not central part of the zone, but definitely with solid overlook.
Yeah, could definitely go for zone. I was a bit worried earlier with Meku holding down towards Shockwave's way. I think he was trying to get as much information as possible, but now that he's back with the team, I am a little bit more relieved overall. VIRTUS.PRO still in a strong compound on their side. But for how long, really?
Aren't dead, Blank. Excuse me, aren't dead, and I'm
They're
fairly
dead in my
confident
eyes.
This is
They're dead in my eyes, man. Yeah. Oh,
there's the predictions.
Hello. 3 for GOAT and 1 Gladiator in the mix. See what happens.
The Colosseum here on the roadside.
Of goats.
And bears.
Imagine if they just opened the Colosseum like gates underneath, and as a gladiator you just saw a lone goat walk out. I'd be pretty scared after seeing what the goats can do today. And I would put my best sandaled foot forward. You'd hope.
What sort of gladiator would you be?
You know those, like the ones with the net and the spear? That'd be
Myrmidon.
The trident. Yeah,
Myrmidon? That's one of those.
It's a Myrmidon, yeah.
I think so.
That's what I would be.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Or is it?
I love
the Retiarius? I can't remember.
I don't know. I think it's a Myrmidon because he holds the trident. That would make the most sense. I think Myrmidon's quite closely related to sea. So yeah, that's who I'd be. I'm sure you're looking it up right now. But I would be the trident wielder. And I'm hoping that Gladiators can find a goat firmly speared by the trident.
It's Retiarius.
I don't know. Is it Retiarius?
It is.
Sounds even
Myrmidon,
better, though.
sword and shield. Either way.
Either way, still sounds really cool. That's who I'd be.
Cool. Excuse me. Playing on the southeast side, have to move over these hills, and you imagine that they're going to have to stay on this south side of the road. Gladiators moving into sweep on this northeast side, crunching in onto Shockwave's position. Muerte have isolated themselves to the southeast corner of their compound, and GOAT are playing on the edge.
Still holding strong, but again, that does kind of lock them in, but it's never caused GOAT too many problems before. Again, I talked earlier how high ground can come back to bite you as you have to come off it eventually. In towards that open ground, and Go currently holding on to this very, very strong little bit of compound does provide them a large amount of safety, which has led to a lot of their chicken dinners today.
Muerte playing only with 2. Won't have too much to worry about from the south side, as all of these teams, I imagine, are just going to sort of tear each other apart. Although, excuse me, have managed to stay alive and keep going with all 4 of them. Imagine that roadside could be pretty tricky to operate on. But with VIRTUS.PRO's overlooked position onto excuse me's spot, getting dismantled by Cave on the opposite side is going to be a lot harder for them to stay alive. A nade over and up from excuse me could slow them down even more, but VIRTUS.PRO now down to 1 confirmed with the flush.
Yeah, I think most of these teams on the south side getting up and in towards the middle of this map is not going to happen, so I think most of them are waiting to see where this next circle goes, which is why I kind of agree with what VIRTUS.PRO were doing, but they have lost so many of their members in the process. Cave moves up slightly to get a better scouting position just in case they have to cross the road, but the next circle is going to be really telling of how this game goes forward. Matic is terrifying me because he's in close proximity towards the GOAT players, and if I know Matic, one thing he's very good at is going down a little bit too early, but does find some great shots over towards SHOCKWAVE to start things off.
He's got really, really high up high ground in his spot, so they don't want to leave it too soon. And then you can see that outpost with 3 over on the eastern side. Got a lot of power on these ridges, on this ridge line to suppress everybody on the south, which is going to make excuse me's life a lot harder. You can see they're already coming apart here. Cave even have that side swipe onto them. And a nice little pickup a couple of times. That mini 14 from the super high ground that Matic occupies right now. Powerful for the Gladiators.
Yeah, it's been really useful for them. Kind of being part of the GOAT squad. Again, getting Matic down, slightly more difficult, but definitely doable and worthwhile having him here for the time being. Circle heads dead center. Horrible position. Luckily for the guys from Gladiators, they just need to clear out this eastern side and they have a ridge to play around on their edge. Go have to be careful. If they can move out of this building, immediately get the quick flick up towards Matic, it might be slightly easier, but I think Matic's just a little bit afraid of Cave maybe taking shots towards him. We currently still have a good spot. Muerte still going strong with 2 players. Haven't really moved too much, but managing to get here and dissuading GOAT from going any further has been extremely good.
If GOAT can move up to the position that Muerte currently hold, I feel like they have a good shot moving forwards. This is a
bold
rotation. This is a choice from Gladiators, right? They're making their way south of the road blank.
This is a really interesting decision. Getting almost a 2-2 split going. Furia, unnoticed. Very scary.
Worrisome. Limbo boom in the shack. I feel like Gladiators know Furia will have to move in a little bit further. They'll play sport that actually moves up further north. The rest of the Gladiators are mounted up so that high ground has been moved. Allows GOAT a free path straight in towards the Muerte now. Matic is going to get spotted out with Tixi in the buggy. And behind there, they're not going to go back for the res. There's no way that you can get that. Tixi swings out past Furia, who still hasn't made their presence known. And we'll regroup 3 players on the south side. In go GOAT. With that maneuver, they can move in. Discrim and Malloy. Malloy, very, very strong for this roster. Discrim as well. Wants to mount a defense. 2 versus 4 against GOAT on a hot streak, who have been quiet so far this game. Nade in hand. Piper spotted. This could be dangerous. Creepy has oversight onto this fight as well, but the smoke train is good. Piper moves forwards. We'll know that there's a player up on this hill now as well. Doesn't take too much damage. That's good news for GOAT. Means that they can reassess things a little bit, but they're up into the wall now with that smoke train on the cover. All 4 players are there. Dimension not going to have a sightline. Ray has to back off. This is shots coming through from Limbo Boom. The solo player left standing from Dagestan to slow things down, but the 2 from Muerte still going to hold blank.
Gotta do their best. Moves out with the smoke cover. Actually throws a grenade down. That's dangerous.
Able to find 1 on the knock there, and a follow-up as well coming through from Malloy. Discrim playing perfectly on this, and there's shots over towards Endorphin. Ray just about surviving here. They have the wall with cover to play, but the blue zone will not slow. Ray on in with the nade in hand, looking for the cook. Malloy over towards the bus. Will try and hop on in to try and stay safe. Alf can get rezzed here. Dimension has the corner on lock. At the moment, Gladiators aren't going to challenge Cave's position, which makes this so much harder. But finally, there's an opening. Malloy goes down first, and now it's just Discrim for the Muerte. And we'll be looking for more to try and hold it out. Spotted and dispatched. GOAT team now still at 4 on the north side, have the corner.
That initial grenade knock was so important because at that point in time, GOAT was being held back so much by Malloy. If the blue had got to them, it would have been curtains at that point in time. The circle starts to just creep in. You can see if Muerte had held on for just a little bit longer, this could have been a very different game. But as 4 players, goodness me, this is happy days. The only problem now for GOAT is that if this centers up, their life is going to be so difficult. Well, it will center up. We're in stage 9, right? So it's going to push them towards the roadside, in which case they're going to get absolutely melted by both Gladiators and Cave, currently holding both sides of this ridge.
And they use so much smoke as well to get up to that building. So you wonder how much they've got left. Although, to be fair, they are still 4 strong. They haven't been playing too much on that smoke, so hopefully they've got a lot left in the back pocket. Limbo Boom's position is known by all of these teams, but has cover from all of them. Right on the edge of the zone, will be able to stay alive until the next zone closes.
Now it'll start to move. You can see that there's no more cover remaining for the GOAT team. But again, this is going to speed up the entirety of the game so much, which means that GOAT might have a chance purely off the back of just a little bit of extra time, because Gladiators are going to want to get involved. So will Cave. Nades all going down off the hillside. A great nade though, and Cave, Dimension, seemed like he had most of the nades on side, and Gladiators are not getting involved whatsoever.
Alpha and Ray both move all the way up to this line. Endorphin is there for the backup. Gladiators finally starting to take shots across, as in the meantime the player solo, Limbo Boom, is out. Ray managed to get that flush as well around the edge, and Cave are down to 2, not able to get a knockback in their direction, as well as Creepy falls, and all 4 of GOAT are alive against the Gladiators of 3. The wide swing comes through from Kitsune up to the top, and the duo move down low. Tixi and Meku will be up to challenge, and Ray will dispatch both of them with a cheeky little spray down. Kitsune last to stand, and the GOATs make history with a quad chicken dinner. Blank, every game they've played today has been a blinder. They will not stop here, and GOAT team will stay on our screens for the chicken dinner.
I mean, what a wonderful play from GOAT overall. A lot of things had to go right there. The fact that Cave just crumbled under that push, it was really well done as well. 2 set up in the vehicle, 2 left behind to players backstop, and Gladiators just did not respond fast enough. I think everything went to mush as soon as we did see Tixi drive straight into that tree, which left Matic on an open broadside. If they had fought, maybe it was a different scenario, but honestly, who cares? GOAT taking the 4 chicken dinner, that says it all. This was not luck, this is not chance. They took destiny in their own hands and hoofed their way to a marvelous historic victory.
Phenomenal stuff coming through. They took care of Muerte as well, who were the team that they're chasing on those tables in their last game of the day. What a turnaround we've seen from this team. It is unbelievable, Blank.
Yeah, really well done. I mean, they played a pretty tricky scenario, but this is what GOAT seems to be very good at, is playing these awkward positions and able to make something of them. It's a little bit akin to MADBULLS, but not quite the same. I think MADBULLS has a bit more of a strategic approach to it, but I think Gladiators tried to take the quote-unquote intelligent decision, right? Moving around the side. Again, I think if they don't lose Matic, this is a different story, and they have a little bit more confidence to move over the top, but they did place themselves in a position where they isolated themselves from a lot of those engagements. It was a little bit scared, whereas you could see that by like the last couple of minutes, GOAT was probably on for the win because they were just playing with overflowing confidence.
Yeah, it was really quite something special in those final moments for GOAT to make not one, but several good rotations, well-disciplined, well-maneuvered, and they make it work for a 4th chicken dinner in a row, Blank. We're going to go back over to the desk.
Sorry, guys. I had to like grab my jaw. It was on the floor. I had to put it back because what was that, Max? 4 chicken dinners in a row. I'm sorry, like what?
Yeah, I mean, they just made Europe history right there. Never have we witnessed 4 chicken dinners out of 4 games played for a singular team on the day. What the hell is going on? I mean, we said it, the PMEC teams, they mean business today. They didn't just come for business. They made a whole damn industry of chicken dinner today, man. They're just going to be giving those chicken dinners all over the place. And Ray and Pipe, I mean, that push onto Cave, that is such a hard push to do. You have to cross the road. You barely have any utility to work with. Then Ray gets an fantastic nade with very little information on top of Dimension, which is one of the best ranged players in this lobby. And they make it seem so easy. And then they transition over to Gladiators and say, sit down, boy. We got this one in the bag. And they really, really did. 19-pointer on the day. And also, we saw it at Jiniro. In that game, they eliminated the team that was right above them, was Muerte. The perfect day. The perfect day for GOAT team.
Literally, there's nothing else to use to describe how today went for GOAT team. I mean, absolute perfection. They won every single game that they took part in. 4 chicken dinners secured in the bag. Absolutely chilling. Taking down the Muerte right above them in the standings, which is gonna hurt the Muerte's position as well. I mean, I would love to talk about all the other teams, Major Pride, Unicorns of Love, that we expect, even every single one of these teams, we're just expecting them today to show up. But if you were on a map against GOAT team today, you just did not have a chance. No way.
Normally I wanted to take a bit of time to talk about the drop in Picado because it ruined my day. Nothing could ruin my day anymore. That was just such a fantastic day. Piper and Ray have been playing out of their damn minds throughout these matches. I am so impressed. I mean, we knew they were good going into PMEC, but they just dominated PMPL. They just leveled up significantly. They're playing with the best of the best in the West, and now they are slowly but surely becoming the best in the West.
That's funny, that rhymed. But, I mean,
it is, yes.
When we're looking at GOAT team, yes, they have put such an incredible performance forward, but again, let's take away from any of the players from Gladiator either. They're on there too. They have had an incredible performance themselves. And I feel like a lot of these teams today showed up and showed us some glimpses of what they can do. But when GOAT is on such an absolute tear, it is very difficult to shut them down. But daily winners, I mean, I want to say daily winner because the only map that GOAT didn't win was the map that they didn't play, which is the first game, Max, which is really difficult, like incredible to wrap my head around right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing balls and goats around the board. You can open up a farm with this amount of GOAT wins because it's been mental from them so far. And the fact that they're doing it across this array of different battlegrounds, like they got themselves to win on Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar. They just, doesn't matter which battleground you put them on, they're going to be doing just so damn well. I don't know how to really go through this because I have never witnessed something this, like, such good games from a singular team like that. I'm really impressed. And the thing is, the pushes were not even easy. It's not like the circles came their way. We saw them in every one of these games. They were actively pushing their locations. They were actively trying to get themselves in better positions every single time, even when the circle was not going in their favor.
Yeah.
Really, the thing is, you threw anything to this team and they found a way to just make it work. So if you're a team that says, oh, we didn't get circle luck, look back at today, look back at what GOAT team did here, and you're like, okay, you know what? Maybe we just got to get good. And GOAT team definitely did that here.
Maybe we do, but for me, in that case, just because of the performance that we've seen from GOAT today, I'm going to put down Ray as my MVP for today. Max, I see you nodding. Are we actually agreeing on something right now?
It's Ray or Piper. You know what? You said Ray just because I like having a split desk and different opinions. I'm going to go with Piper, but probably Ray. There you go.
Oh, there we go. I mean, incredible performance from both of these players and even the rest of the team. I mean, you're surviving with all 4 members towards the very bittersweet, great, amazing chicken dinner, and it's incredible.
No, just your 26-minute and 30 seconds average survival time. Wow. That's an average. That's not just a one game. That's over the course of today. Of course, because they got 4 chicken dinners, it does make sense. I think that is, and I've been casting PUBG Mobile for like, what, since 2019. And I've never seen an average survival time of over 26 minutes. That is absolutely ludicrous from these guys. And once again, Piper and Ray, just an absolutely insane duo. The top and action of Europe 4 today has been mental. And Ray got, what was that, 18 eliminations?
Yeah.
18 eliminations. They pretty much got more elimination. He, as a solo, got more eliminations than what is that? 70% of the teams that played today.
Yeah. That's crazy to think about. I mean, what a performance. I don't know what they had for breakfast, but I need to know what that is, and kind of would really like and appreciate it if that recipe is being shared. But let's have a look at the overall standings, because I mean, after this incredible day, these have definitely been impacted. The top two, the Muerte and MADBULLS, are still sitting there, but GOAT Team are closing in on them so quickly.
GOAT Team had 63 points at the start of the day in 12th position. Now they're up to 138, so they more than doubled their points on the day. And now they also closed that significant gap that we just kept referring to, right? There was between 3rd and 4th. It's hard to try and shut down the teams. They've overtook NEXUS Gaming, created himself a position in this top 3, and now they are capable to reach at Muerte. MADBULLS still a little bit of a way to go, because MADBULLS still get himself one chicken dinner today, and still some really good consistent eliminations coming in pretty much every single game. But the top is being challenged by a newcomer, and it is GOAT Team. They're here to mean business.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the bottom of the table, a lot of these teams are getting some of their points in elimination, but it's that placement that they are currently struggling with. We've seen, especially from the likes of Gladiators, Avalanche, and Unicorns of Love, a little bit more of aggression coming out throughout the day, but unfortunately for now it is not really enough, Max. And that placement point as well, that GOAT Team was just consistently getting those 10 points for that chicken dinner. I mean, it adds up, especially when it's 4 in a row. But let's see which one of the talents actually decided to be GOAT's best friend today, and see who racked in the most points when it comes to predictions. Oh yeah, let's go. It worked. I'm very proud of myself. I did it.
Oh yeah, Giniro time, yes. Hey, first day, getting yourself. You did get 2 GOAT predictions in a row. You know what? So I do have to give it to you. And that you actually kind of threw at the start, because you picked Muerte when they were not playing the first game. And they're like, haha, hold this L for me, boys. We're coming back strong. So, hey, you know what? You got 2 out of the 4 GOAT wins. GG. So there you go.
Yeah. I mean, listen, now it's only a competition between the rest of us now, okay? Talent, we all gotta step it up. We gotta be GOAT's best friend. I know Blank didn't really actually vote
not
for
believer.
them, I hope you're a believer now, Blank. I hope you got convinced, because I am, and it worked out in my favor. But looking at the socials as well, if you guys want to stay up to date with everything that is PMPL, just make sure you check it out. I mean, there's content coming your way, there's VODs, which you might want to be watching, especially if you want to see what did GOAT do so incredibly right for them to get 4 chicken dinners in a row. I cannot believe that I'm even saying that. But also, if you're following the socials, Max, you're being nice to people for once.
Okay, unnecessary, uncalled for, but true. Yes, so if you guys want to win some cool skins, go head on over to Instagram and follow Esports PUBGM EU right now, and we'll be picking 2 winners tomorrow. One is going to be just if you follow and you keep your DMs open, and one will be choosing on the show live. So you want to come over here to see if we're going to be saying your name live on air, and you can choose which one of these skins you want. Could be the nade, could be the parachute, or that cool outfit, which is sick. But I asked if I could get one, they said no, but you can get it. Yeah.
No perks. That's okay.
Big L.
Hold it. There you go. It's for you. But guys, also, please don't forget, there's a lot of action happening over in Turkey. I mean, that is a region that you really want to keep your eyes on for as well. So, I mean, Max, what an incredible day. So much to talk about, but GOAT. It's kind of all we can talk about at this point.
Yeah, I think that's just the last word I want to finish on this entire broadcast. GOAT.
GOAT.
Yes.
We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. So make sure to drop a follow on the YouTube channel or subscribe, whichever one is going to be. Just click the button, okay? And we'll be here again tomorrow. We have some more action coming your way. We have 2 more days left of Phase 1 before we're going to be heading over to Vikendi, before those top 16 teams are going to get a chance to fight for some extra points. Whether or not the GOAT Team is going to continue their impressive run, well, find out tomorrow.